healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want to boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Are you looking for a unique venue for a private party with real pinball machines and arcade video games like Pac-Man for up to 50 people? TNT Amusements in Southampton, Bucks County, PA has hosted over 25,000 parties for over 46 years in our unique maze-like showrooms. You can wander through all the rooms filled with games. Google TNTAmusements.com now.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Live and local from Philadelphia. The Don Stenzelin Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
As usual, a lot happened since the last time we met on Friday. So at the request of Donald J. Trump, the Justice Department officially filed a request to unseal grand jury transcripts. This in the prosecution of pervert, pedophile, convicted, now dead, sexual abuser Jeffrey Epstein and his convicted former girlfriend. But don't hold your breath for those documents to reveal much of anything, okay? Why is that? Because every expert says it's unlikely to produce much, if anything, to satisfy the public's appetite and many of you, MAGA's appetite for new revelations about the former financier's crimes. And former federal prosecutors are being interviewed all over the place, on the right, on the left. Everybody agrees that this is not expected to produce much. Why is that? So let me tell you the news and everything that happened. And I'm going to circle back to results as well within the Trump administration, because yesterday really should have been a victory day, a victory lap day for the Trump administration. Yesterday, July 20th, 6 months since we were all celebrating at the NAC. Remember? Newtown Athletic Club. It was January 20th. I want to take you back. We were celebrating. It was packed. Sarah Weiss brought the Trump champagne. The champagne was flowing. Linda Kearns, my great friend Linda Kearns, was sitting beside me. We were celebrating. It was an incredible day. And we should have had the same sentiment yesterday, 6 months later. If you and I'll go through it and I'll share with you. Here's the celebration. Thank you, Dan. Celebration. We should be celebrating. The champagne should have been flowing yesterday. We had so much to celebrate. Look at the economy. Look at Doge. Look at all of the great accomplishments by the Trump administration. Gas prices down, egg prices down, everything we were complaining about. And then think about where we were 6 months ago, where we are now. It should be celebration. And instead, really, you're talking about Epstein files. So Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche, and again, this is per Trump's request, demand, if you will. So made that official, written request Friday, asking judges to unseal those transcripts from grand jury proceedings that resulted in the indictments against Epstein and Maxwell, saying that, quote, transparency to the American public is of the utmost importance to this administration. But as I said at the beginning, Epstein, he's dead. That sick, evil, and this is a guy who cut that sweetheart deal, as I've told you, back in 2007, 2008-ish, after he raped a 14-year-old. He should have been locked away right, for the rest of his life back then. Keep in mind, in 2004, that's when we know through all the evidence that Trump had cut off ties with Epstein, broke ties with him way back 21 plus years ago. But everybody wants to talk about that even some of you under the Trump and Republican tent. Why does this continue? But Epstein, he killed himself. Whether he killed himself, whether he didn't, it's what you want to talk about. And that allows CNN, the left, the liberals to keep this story alive and not report all the success, all the celebration that should be reported within this administration. Okay? So we know that nearly 3,000 pages of Epstein records have already been released. And because grand juries, whether, I've covered this for years. So in a grand jury indictment like this, it's going to be heavily redacted. Even if they try to lift some of that, you're going to see hundreds of pages rather than thousands of pages. And because, as I am the Padawan of Zeoli, as you well know, I'm still a Padawan. As the great Rich Zeoli always says, the lawyers always win. And that's why Alan Dershowitz is trying to tell people he has seen all this. He was a lawyer for Epstein. He knows all of this. What he has said over and over is, because of the threat of all these lawsuits, because nobody's convicted, if they go ahead and release the claims of self-proclaimed victims without any due process for those accused perpetrators not convicted, right, then you open up a whole new ball of wax and those people are going to sue. You see what I'm saying? And so basically, this too will be heavily redacted. I still hope that they release what they can, because hopefully, finally, you'll be satisfied. Okay? And I want to say this, and this is important, for those of us who see pedophiles, as I always say, somebody who has, in my news career, in my other life as a TV news reporter, covering these psycho pedophiles locally, nationally, I can tell you that, of course, I wish this guy would have been locked. He should have been locked away way back in the day, back in 2007. He should have been locked away, but he was not. That deal during the Bush administration, everything should be made transparent as to the why, okay? And you can criticize Pam Bondi for going on Jesse Waters that fateful day. What was it, February 26th? I've talked about it. Oh, well, Jesse, breaking news. These files, we're going to release them. I don't know. Was it a rookie media mistake? I have no idea. But I'm over it. I want transparency in all these things. I do. And I know you do too. And I know we want accountability and we want the transparency. I think the problem here is that they never actually had a list. And it was Bondi making some kind of a prediction to be, I don't know, sexy and salacious on one of the biggest shows on TV. I don't know what that was. But she clearly did not have the list. It clearly was not on her desk. That's obvious to me. And so this is the best they can do. Release what you've got. I think that's smart. It's wise. And if the Southern District of whatever, Manhattan, if they don't want to release it or they release it in a heavily redacted way, then that's on them. That's my feeling. You can let me know, 855-839-1210. So a couple of things, okay? A couple of things that I want to go through. First of all, in this one, let's find out what's been going on. What's been going on also happening on Friday. And I'm going to give you a flashback in a moment just to remind you of what you now know that you did not know prior to the Trump administration launching January 20th and how amazing that is, okay? In this one, let's talk about this one. Let's talk about, and I'll go to clip 01C. This is Tulsi Gabbard as she's saying the words, treasonous conspiracy. This is something we would not know, but thanks to now, and this is not just Tulsi Gabbard. I'm going to take you through all of it. Here's the latest on these 100 documents released, newly released, and news of a whistleblower.
The implications of this are frankly nothing short of historic. Over 100 documents that we released on Friday really detail and provide evidence of how this treasonous conspiracy was directed by President Obama just weeks before he was due to leave office, after President Trump had already gotten elected. This is not a Democrat or Republican issue. This is an issue that is so serious it should concern every single American, because it has to do with the integrity of our democratic republic. What we saw occur here, as the documents we released detailed, was that we had a sitting president of the United States and his cabinet and leadership team, quite frankly, who were not happy with the fact that President Trump had won the election, that the American people had chosen Donald J. Trump to be the next president, commander-in-chief of the United States. And so they decided that they would do everything possible to try to undermine his ability to do what voters tasked President Trump to do. So creating this piece of manufactured intelligence that claims that Russia had helped Donald Trump get elected contradicted every other assessment that had been made previously in the months leading up to the election that said exactly the opposite, that Russia had neither the intent nor the capability to try to, quote unquote, hack the United States election for the presidency of the United States. So the effect of what President Obama and his senior national security team did was subvert the will of the American people, undermining our democratic republic, and enacting what would be essentially a years-long coup against President Trump, who was duly elected by the...
So think about that. So think about this. So remember, I just want to just remind you of something. Remember how everybody said, oh, Trump was rude to Obama, and Obama was so gracious to him, and left the White House. Oh, Trump, he's nasty. He's rude. So And I'm gonna fast forward in a second. I'm gonna tie this all together for you. So think about what Democrats do when they're leaving office, right? And booby trap for Trump coming in. And by the way, I'm gonna do the same thing when I talk about what Biden did in the 76 days between Trump winning, right, and then Trump taking office just this past January 20th. I'm gonna tie this together, but let's go back to what this looks like. So in other words, what they're saying, what's being alleged here is that this is the director of national intelligence, that's Tulsi Gabbard, making public more than 100 pages of these emails, these memos, other records, cataloging what she's describing as something that's horrifying. Talk about a danger to democracy. My God. What they're saying and what she's saying, listen to her words, conspiracy to subvert President Trump 2016 victory. So they got busy. So these are the most disingenuous individuals, right? Of saying, oh, bless their heart, and we're so gracious, and we're going to write a nice letter and leave it on the desk. Meantime, behind your back, leaving basically IEDs to explode your presidency and consume the media with lies. So that's what this is, a big lie, the Steele dossier, Russia. And who are the names? And they go through all these emails, and you can look it up yourself. Don't take my word for it. Don't listen to CNN. Don't listen to Fox. Look it up yourself if you choose, because it's all there, going through all of these. And you know whose names you see over and over, right? You see the same names, and one of the names, former FBI head, and that was Comey. Oh, what a nasty, disingenuous guy. I'll also remind you that earlier this month, CIA Director John Ratcliffe, he also released what was then described as a bombshell review of the 2016 assessment that concluded that Obama-era individuals, we're talking about Clapper, Brennan, Comey, that they, quote, deliberately corrupted all of this for potential political motives. How nasty these guys are. And yet, where do you see that? On CNN. So when you keep this Epstein thing alive, just a pro tip here, you keep it alive, because that's what CNN, they keep all of these MSNBC, Rachel Maddows of the world, they're quoting you. They're quoting your MAGA, your Twitter, your social media, your Facebook, whatever social media, your Insta, and saying, oh, MAGA, they're mad, they're divided. Well, I'm not divided. Okay. I can do a couple, and some of us have said this. We can have different emotions all at the same time. We can support Trump and the just magnificent job. He's superseded all of my expectations in the last 6 months. I believe he has done so for you as well, as I look at the poll numbers, quite frankly. But I want to also take you back, and this is important, and we're going to go to the Kennedy bite if we could here, Dan. And this is thinking about the 76 days in between Trump being, declaring victory thanks to you and me standing in that line. Remember the night, election night, and Trump calling in, and we were all on the air here, all of us here at Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, and Donald J. Trump calls in. He's on the line with Zeoli, and Rich Zeoli says, we're hearing about people and the staying in the line and Trump says, oh yes, stay in line, stay in that line. You stayed in line. And Trump was voted in. But what happened next? See, we didn't realize what the Biden administration got busy with in that 76-day period in between Trump winning the election, but ding, 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 Biden was still in office. What was his administration doing between that 76 days? Well, they weren't cleaning off the desk or cleaning out their drawers. Oh, no. They were cleaning out, well, let me call it this, the fleecing of America. We now know, thanks to Doge. Let's listen to Senator Kennedy. And this is one of these great hearings just in May where we were learning about all the money that was just going out the window with no financial fingerprints.
Back to some of your earlier testimony, be sure I heard it correctly. The 76-day period you're talking about, that's the period between the time that President Trump was elected and President Biden left office. Is that right?
That is correct.
And during that short period of time, 76 days, how much taxpayer money went out the door of the Department of Energy?
From the Loan Program Office in loans and commitments, $93 billion. Well over twice as much as in the previous 15 years. So,
how do you vet and do due diligence on a loan in 76 days? One loan, much less $93 billion. How do you do it?
I think it's probably pretty clear it wasn't done in many cases. As I mentioned, I'm told I'm holding back clearly in place stuff. There is lots of funds that have gone out the door and commitments that were made from businesses that provided no business plan, no numbers about their own financial solvency or how this project
So
can
you're
actually
telling
work.
me that the Department of Energy, in the 76-day period, before their boss was going to leave office, gave or loaned money to entities that had no business plan?
Correct.
No financials?
Correct. A number of those
No
were
financials.
were before the 76-day period as well. I've come in with great concern about how this institution, this great American institution, has been run and how American taxpayer money has been handled.
Yeah, let me tell you how it's been handled. That was Chris Wright, by the way. And that was a hearing, an Appropriations Committee hearing, happened about like 7, 8 weeks ago. So through Doge, and because Trump was elected, basically, we're learning about the fleecing of America. Those are our tax dollars. And the point is, and we learned this from Elon Musk, which is why I will always be grateful to Elon Musk and what he was able to kick off as far as the Department of Government Efficiency, which continues to this day. That was created under Trump as an official department where they're always looking at accountability, much like in the private sector. But that is shocking that basically that $93 billion went to things like, I don't know, NGOs. We don't know. No financial fingerprints. Now, Elon Musk and the department and the Trump administration have tried to put the kibosh on that, if you will, and have tried to make sure that every check that's written in the future will have basically fingerprints to it. Will have a number, a digital code, etc., so that you can audit these different departments. But it didn't before. So I just want to point out to you, as you say, well, we want transparency. Okay, well, you're getting transparency. This administration has done more in 6 months than I believe the previous administration, the Biden administration, or the Obama administration gave any of us in all of these years. In fact, if you look at actions rather than words, so if you want to be critical of somebody like Pam Bondi, who I don't know, maybe she just overpromised. She was giddy to have this big job and giddy to work for President Trump. I think she's very loyal. My feeling about her is that she was really overpromising and trying to be, give this big news and all of that. If you want to criticize these individuals and even the administration for not dotting every I before going out into a news conference situation, okay, I'm with you. Never overpromise, right? But on the other hand, if you want to look at the actions of an administration rather than their disingenuous words, so President Obama, President Biden, two administrations, what they were busy doing once Democrats lost, their priorities were not about the American people. They were not about preserving our tax dollars and respecting us. No. They were disrespecting us. That's what they were busy doing. They went after the money. That's what they were doing, the money grab. And in both cases, they were also going after basically leaving booby traps. I'll say further, they were trying to blow up the future administration, which means going against the will of the people. Think about that. Just think about that for a moment. All of the disruption that they were about, not about truth, not about justice, and certainly not about serving we the people. That's the action that we see. So before you go ahead and continue on this path to say, oh, I will never vote again, or I'm not standing with Trump until ... I get all the answers with Epstein. Understand that all of these administrations dating all the way back to 2007, they were the ones who had the goods and never released it. And all of these administrations, this was Donald J. Trump wasn't even a thought. He was still on The Apprentice, if I'm not mistaken. No, you can't blame him for this. You can blame maybe for some sloppiness, maybe for some media blunders within the administration, but follow the money trail on this. Follow the facts. Follow the tangible evidence. And that's what I'm trying to say here. 855-839-1210. Just ahead, what Trump is reposting, the Shady Bunch rather than the Brady Bunch. And I will ask the question, do you believe that it was wrong for Trump to repost? He's getting criticized and praised for an AI video that he posted of President Obama. And it's just an AI. It's an imaginary thing of Obama being arrested in the Oval. Was that over the top? We'll pose that question to you just ahead. Thanks for being here. Had to get that off my chest. We'll be right back.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 40-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term life insurance may only cost you about $100 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance to buy $1 million of affordable term life for you. All you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-770-0850. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-770-0850. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. For affordable term life insurance, call 800-770-0850. 800-770-0850.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli here with my friend Matt from Emmons Roofing and Siding. When it comes to protecting your home, you need a roofer that you can trust to do the job right.
That's why at Emmons, we're not just another contractor. We're your neighbors who've built our reputation on honesty, craftsmanship, and superior customer service.
Well, take it from me. Whether it's a roof repair or a full replacement, siding, windows, or doors, Emmons delivers long-lasting protection and peace of mind.
The most expensive project is the one you do twice, so call us today at 856-556-3229 or visit callemmons.com.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs, what a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep, our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road-ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
You know how you always want to know about everyone else's money? On the podcast What We Spend, guests will, for 1 week, tell us everything they spend their money on.
My son slammed $6 worth of blueberries in 5 minutes.
And everything that makes them feel.
I want to own a house. I want to have a child. But this morning, I really wanted a coffee.
Because at the end of the day, money is always about more than your balance. Listen to and follow What We Spend, an Odyssey original podcast. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. 1 discount per household.
Do you know your numbers? What numbers? Your heart health numbers, your blood pressure, your cholesterol, your blood sugar, and your body mass index. They're important, so ask your doctor. Learn your numbers, and if something doesn't seem right with them, see a Deborah specialist at one of our offices throughout South Jersey. After all, when it's your heart, you don't take chances. Find a specialist near you at demanddeborah.org.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets, a uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So just ahead, we'll have a wonderful, informative interview, great interview with, and we'll talk about MAHA and health and your health, and we'll get into that and some new studies. There's a new study on America's children and our health as well. We'll get into all of that. And then a little bit later, we'll talk more about the video that was reshared by President Trump, really raising eyebrows, and a lot of people are commenting on that. It was a TikTok user, but an AI-inspired video showing the arrest of former President Barack Obama. And then as well, what about the Shady Bunch? Kind of a play on the Brady Bunch. We'll get into all of that. Today's headlines, much more. Stay right there. This is the At Dawn Stensland Show. Be right back.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
We have the worst health outcome. It's because of chronic disease. And we've got to figure out what's causing it, eliminate it. We have, and it's not rocket science. It's glyphosate. which is the active ingredient in Roundup. It's neonicotinoid pesticides. It's atrazine. It's PFOAs, the forever chemicals that are in all of our child's pajamas. They're in our furniture. I've litigated on them as well. It's high fructose corn syrup.
These other countries don't have that?
No, if you want to drink a Coke, drink a Mexican Coke, because they don't allow it down there. There's 1,000 ingredients in our food that are banned in Europe. And we're poisoning, we're mass poisoning an entire generation of kids. These kids are obese. It's not because they suddenly got lazy.
The health of children in the United States, according to another new study, thanks to researchers at Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, CHOP, along with a doctor from UCLA, saying the health of children in the United States has deteriorated significantly across nearly every major health indicator over the past nearly 2 decades. They're looking at 17 years, and they draw on data from several national surveys on mortality statistics, and these from looking at more than 2 million children, American children, published in JAMA. So this is a well-received study confirming what many of us, including, RFK Jr., who you just heard, but many of us, even if you travel overseas, how often have I talked about this? Going to Italy, going to other places where they don't allow the ingredients that we have in our foods. And so we'll talk about the study and highlighting that, but just one of them, among 3 to 17-year-olds, the prevalence of chronic conditions increasing up to 45, almost 46% in pediatric health systems. So on the good side of that, I want to bring in my next guest, and this is Tim Keller, healthcare and lifestyle analyst, founder of U.S. Diabetes Care. And I will say, and Tim, you can correct me if I'm wrong here, but Tim, you're a man on a mission to really use education and things like apps and a new diabetes app to try to educate our youth and all of us really on how to just get healthier, really to embolden us. Good morning. Thanks for being here. Really appreciate you being here, Tim.
Yeah, thank you very much. You're absolutely right. Education is, the foundation of everything, right? And especially for your health. We developed this educational app and series, and you hit the nail on the head for everybody. It's not just for a diabetic. It's anybody looking to change their lifestyle. Of course, our focus is diabetes. It's because it's such a chronic disease, and it's not just the United States. Worldwide, diabetes is actually an epidemic. You're right. A lot of the foreign countries that don't allow the extra ingredients in their food, they're still getting those foods. I mean, you go to some foreign countries, if you want to find some processed American food, you can find them. And unfortunately, a lot of people consume them. Insulin resistance is the cause of all chronic disease state, actually. And so insulin resistance is caused in the cells that live in the muscle that take a glucagon or the energy from the liver for energy, and those cells get dysfunction. It causes insulin resistance, which causes all chronic disease states. Now, of course, all the chemicals and ingredients and poisons that are in our foods cause that insulin resistance. And so, people aren't eating the right things. They're not hydrating with water, the right kind of water. They're not eating fiber. They're not exercising. They're not eating a lot of fruits and vegetables. These are all things we promote in our education app. A lot of meat is very processed and even toxic. People eat meat, lunch, breakfast, dinner, and they're not. Too much meat consumption is inflammatory. So we're not telling people don't eat meat, but we try to tell people to cut back on their meat consumption, especially if it's processed meat. And so the education is, as you mentioned, is so key, and that's really been our focus. Because when we started U.S. Diabetes Care several years ago, we were doing clinical diabetes, and we just really realized that these diabetics were coming in from primary care with no education on diabetes, and they've been diabetic, 10, 15 years, and we basically taught them more about their diabetes in one visit than they knew in 15 years of primary care. So we kind of said, hey, we have to really focus on education more than the clinical side. And we do a good job on the clinical side as well, but the power is in the mind, right? You fix the mind and educate on what you're supposed to do, you can change your life.
And with a part of this, can you tell me, first of all, when you talk about diabetes being an epidemic, you're talking about type 2 diabetes, but now there are all these, it used to be juvenile diabetes, so-called type 1 versus type 2, but now they're saying that there are all these different levels. For example, people in their 30s being diagnosed with some form of type 1. And then we learned during the pandemic that, for example, they said that worldwide they saw this very concerning explosion of type 1 diabetes. It used to be very rare. Now we're seeing more and more people being diagnosed with that. How do you explain that?
Well, so what they're trying to figure out with these late onset type 1 diabetics, especially around the COVID area, I blame the vaccine, and I blame a lot of these. I even blame the vaccine that the kids get, all the way to the COVID vaccine. It attacks the pancreas and basically kills out the beta cells in the pancreas, and so. Now no one's going to come out and admit that because there'd be class action mass lawsuits. But how do you explain a perfectly healthy 35-year-old who's never had a health issue in their life, don't even have diabetes in their family, don't even have type 1 diabetes in the family? And I don't believe any of those conditions are really genetic anyway. I think there's a like side of it, right? So if somebody pancreas gets attacked by a virus, it can be susceptible, but that's the other thing. The virus itself, the COVID virus itself, has been studied that there's people that have it's attacked the pancreas and shut the beta cells in the pancreas down, and now they become an onset type 1 diabetic. Yeah. I actually have a friend that it happened to, and quite honestly, he's in the anger phase right now because he's like, why me? I mean, I was 35, perfectly healthy, working out, doing everything right. And all of a sudden I get knocked down with this type 1 diabetes. And so, like I said, I go back to these vaccines, the virus itself, that is the cause of the pancreas failure.
Yeah, full disclosure, and our listeners and viewers on YouTube know this already, but my son Michael, during the pandemic, but before the COVID vaccine was available, was diagnosed, and this was a kid, healthy, lean, in crew and in sports, working out 6 mornings a week at 5 a.m, no family history on either side for my husband and I. He was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, and it was a shocker. But we had all had the COVID virus, but had not had the vaccine. At this point, the vaccine wasn't just yet available, or maybe just becoming available. And I've always theorized that, and we did hear about that the virus itself maybe, triggered something. So I hope that we get to the bottom of that. But for me, whenever I see somebody like you looking at diabetes, looking at health, trying to educate people, that's why I, full disclosure, I have an ulterior motive, if you will, a personal motive to talk about this, because there are things that we can do. And that's just it. When we were at Children's Hospital, they said, there's nothing you did. There's nothing you can do. You can eat anything you want. And I know what they were trying to say, because there's a lot of, you wonder, did I do something on one hand? But on the other hand, there's a lot that we can control. And that's really where I see you coming in your group, Tim, as far as saying there's a lot you can do here.
A ton you can do. And then how old is Michael?
Well, now he's 21. He was in high school at the time, because this was, during the pandemic.
Yeah. I'm convinced that it was the virus that knocked out his pancreas. I mean, I've seen it many patients of ours that this has happened to, perfectly healthy, same like Michael. I mean, in their teenage years and in high school, no explanation out of the blue. Yep. Pandemic came through, and boom, type 1.
Yep.
It just knocked out the pancreas through a virus, and so there is some research going on for some viral type 1s. There's like a protocol. There's a gentleman named Chip Paul. He's out of Oklahoma. He's an expert in the cannabinoid system, endocannabinoid system, and he's got a little bit of a breakthrough that I think with rebooting the pancreas on some type 1s that have been knocked out by virus. I can get you his information at some later time if you want to email me.
I'd love it. Thank you.
Yeah, and because I've been working with him directly on also a multi-supplement all-in-one for diabetic deficiencies, because that's the thing. Diabetes also knocks out deficiencies in the body of certain vitamins and things that we need, and so I'm trying to work on an all-in-one supplement for him instead of a diabetic having to go buy 15 vitamins.
Yeah.
Just end up making one so that they can only have to take one and actually really good for them and where they're deficient in it.
Yeah, it's just so important. But as far as the app that's created, it's U.S. Diabetes Care launching this new app, and it's interactive. Can you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, so basically the app, it's not a gamification app. We might come up with a gamification app later, but right now I want people to focus on what's really important, and that's education. So we talk about the truth about diabetes, the bold, big, ugly truth about diabetes, without apology. We know that this is a man-made, created disease. There's no money in a cure. Big pharma and big medicine are making a lot of money on the back of diabetics. So we talk about that. The truth about diabetes was that before once a diabetic, always a diabetic. That's not true. We educate people on that. We educate people on oxidative stress. We educate on brain health. We educate on the difference between healthy, good and bad fats. The reality is refined fats and the refined foods that we're eating there is what's poisoning and killing us. And so we really talk about education from that level as well. So we have about 8 one-hour series that people can learn everything about their diabetes and really start making some lifestyle changes to improve better health. We have a 90% reversal rate of type 2 diabetes of people that actually follow our program, and ones that want to just dabble in and out of it, they still have way better, tighter measures. And there's also another website for Michael that I would love you to look up. It's Mastering Diabetes. They are Robbie Barbero and Cyrus Kambara. They're both autoimmune. Two smartest guys I know for autoimmune type 1 diabetes, and they have a massive following, and they have life coaches as well for type 1. And they got type 1s taking less than 10, 15 units of insulin a day.
That's amazing.
We promote all of our type 1s to them because they're the experts in type 1. I mean, we're very good at treating type 1s as well, but I'm telling you, Mastering Diabetes is, they got the name for a reason. They are the masters of type 1 diabetes.
Well, I thank you for that. And that's just it. No matter if somebody has type 1 or type 2, or even there's now this identified type 3 and all these different types. But with all of these, basically, I love your message, which is no matter what condition, no matter what autoimmune, there is a lot that you can do. Because I think people, when they're diagnosed with any chronic, especially autoimmune condition, there's a feeling of hopelessness to think, oh, well, there's nothing I can do. And this is a way to take control, like you're saying, and do something. I think that's so important to your overall mental health as well.
Well, 100%. And the thing is that's the problem with the westernized medicine and the way it's designed for hopelessness, and people don't derive hope from healthcare. Most people, when they get the white coat syndrome, they don't want to go see the doctor. The reason why, you spend 2 hours waiting to see the doctor and you get 5 minutes with them. How can you change anyone's outcome in 5 minutes? You can't. And so if their outcome is just throwing a bunch of medicines at you, we're not going to change people for better health because people think that they got the pills to fix, and the pills never the answer. God made our bodies really unique in the standpoint that we can heal ourselves. And like I said, I even have hope for Michael that with some relationships I have that maybe we can get him going in the right direction with that. And God put everything on this earth, I think, to heal us, and I think that people need to be educated on what those right things are, and start making better choices for health. I mean, they got to get out. I call the 4 recipe. It's drinking more water, get more fiber intake, eat more fruits and vegetables, and exercise. That's a great a great start to your diabetes, and then educate yourself on top of that.
I love your message. Dan Borowski had a question as well.
Well, I got a couple. So first off, I'm just curious, how much do you think this is the fault of parents themselves versus the fault of the government, the FDA? Because we played at the start of the clip how cane sugar, Coke is now moving towards that, and Mexican Coke uses cane sugar, and high fructose corn syrups are being phased out largely because of RFK. I feel like a lot of times parents just didn't have much of a choice because the options that were given to them as Americans were unhealthy options. How much do you blame the FDA versus how much do you blame parents themselves?
I blame it all on the government and the FDA. And I mean, look, if people are uneducated, but when we're taking uneducated people and offering terrible foods because of cost restrictions and things like that. I mean, some of these families. I mean, me and my wife were talking about the other day how they can make it on what little money they're making with the inflation of groceries and things like that. I remember when I went with a kid and went to the grocery store. My mom, she filled up a whole cart for $100. You barely have a quarter of a cart for $100, and so these people can't afford. They think they can't afford healthier food, so they're loading up the cart with all this processed crap. There was no regulations on those foods, and quite honestly, kids with all the computers and gamification and all that, they're not getting out and exercising. You go by a park, you don't see any kids out running around anymore. These are all self-created things. And I mean, we can probably put some blame on the parents if they're feeding the kids this, but that's where we talk about everybody. Oh, well, I have diabetes because it's genetic in my family. It's not genetic. Diabetes type 2 is not a genetic disease. It's a man-made disease. But if you eat like your parents and eat like their parents did, and eat like their parents did, which is a bunch of processed, refined fats and food, yeah, there's probably a bigger risk of obesity and diabetes and being unhealthy. But I still go back. There's no money in a cure. So if we put a bunch of bad foods out there and people are consuming them, there's going to be disease state, and then that obviously that creates a profit.
Well, listen, Tim Keller, I hope you come back. I want to continue the conversation with you. I know everybody's captivated by you, more than 30 years of experience in the health, and medical industry. But it's U.S. Diabetes Care. Tim Keller, thank you so much.
All right, thank you, guys.
Absolutely. Thank you for setting him up, Dan. I think that he's, somebody who we want to hear more from as we think about MAHA and what we can all do. So
it's something really, I hate to say, it's a topic that's very important to me because, as we know, there's a little one on the way.
Yep.
And
Dan and his wife, Maisie. The baby's due in October, little girl.
And, I want options. I'll use the corny memed example, meme to death, but Fruit Loops, for example.
Mm-hmm.
The Fruit Loops in America are different than those that are given to European kids. And it's filled with stuff that doesn't need to be there, but it's cheaper to, shove on consumers. So I welcoming a little one here, it's become very important to me that the foods I want to give her are ones I want to be beneficial for her health in the future. And
don't give her Fruit Loops. Just bottom line, don't even do cereal. Just, you're better off with a banana or just some blueberries or a piece of fruit.
Yeah.
Don't even do.
I'm going to be relying really heavily on you for this.
It's not.
I hope you are prepared for.
I know. It's not. Here's the thing with even oatmeal. People think anything that is, unless it's the steel cut oats, anything that is processed, like when we say high fructose corn syrup, it's the heat. And there are all these studies that surround this. So the reason we have these crunchy cereals that we love with that incredible crunch is that high heat to which we produce it. They don't have that. They don't do that in other countries like in Europe because it causes cancer and all kinds of problems. So just the high heat alone, then you add the chemicals to it, it's a disaster.
That's fascinating.
So unless you do the steel cut stuff, which is like grandma made it in the pot, you know what I mean, boiled, and it's slow cooked and it takes like 30 minutes or whatever.
Really?
All that high heat cereal that's produced like that, there are studies that go back decades. They knew it was bad for us. Then they add in all the chemicals and all the preservatives. What could possibly go wrong?
Yeah. And that's the thing that I really want to underline is I look at Michael, I look at Dave, and I see two steel-cut individuals.
Yeah.
Like really healthy, lean, healthy individuals. And I'm scared. I hate to say, for my daughter's future, because how am I a parent able to ensure that she ends up healthy when I see two very healthy individuals here, and one of them having diabetes, at some point late in his life. It's sad. So,
yeah,
I look to you as a fantastic parent. I will be coming to you for advice, but it's a sad, and I hope RFK really does get things in order and the FDA does start caring more about Americans than the companies.
Well, to your point, hopefully babies being born like yours and your little girl with you and Maisie, this is, she's being born into a healthier America. And I believe that because just the awareness, just like he said, we were convinced, it's somewhere in your DNA, has nothing to do with anything else. Don't look into anything else. That's what they've told us all this time, right? Yep. And yet here we are, 855-839-1210. So I know we have Dave McCormack coming up, and we're excited to hear from him as far as the latest of what's going on. But I got to talk about my friends at the Piazza Auto Group. It's really an exciting time for the Piazza Auto Group, PIAZZA, and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda winning more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand. That includes Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, Best Value Brand. So maybe you're eyeing the Accord, the CRV, which is what my husband Larry drives, or the Pilot. You're choosing a vehicle backed by real drivers, just like you, just like me. I have the HRV, which I love. It's sportier. It's a little smaller. But come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda in Philadelphia, Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always shop online, piazzahonda.com, for all of today's special offers. PiazzaAutogroup.com, PIAZZA. Thank you, Piazza. Tell them Dolan sent you.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
At Crash Proof Retirement, we understand that out of all the threats to your retirement future, your health is the greatest. That's why our firm offers unique asset-based long-term care strategies to provide financial stability to our clients, like Donna McMacken.
70% of people will one day need long-term care. I went through this with my mother. I had to liquidate all of her assets and sell her house, and I don't want that for me. Should the need arrive, the long-term care policy that I have through Crash Proof covers $9,000 per month in care. Should I be fortunate and not have to use that, it goes to my beneficiaries. I've been with Crash Proof since 2013, and still I've never paid them a fee.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Bring on the summer heat with huge savings when you replace your old, inefficient windows and doors with my good friends at Guida Door and Window. Right now, Guida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. If you got drafty windows you've been meaning to replace, then get 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple-pane windows. You need new doors? Then Guida's got you covered there as well with 40% off all high-quality entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, start your project with no money out of pocket and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. Do not let these incredible savings pass you by. Go Guida right now so you can take advantage of these limited time savings. All prior sales excluded. Offer expires July 31st. So call Guida today to schedule a free in-home estimate at 877-GO-GUIDA or go to GoGuida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I'm all about letting people take a victory lap and celebrating a great moment in your career And for Senator Dave McCormack, can we all agree the man deserves a victory lap after last week? And this is, to me, a major moment, not just for Pennsylvania, but what happened here and the kickoff of this huge summit and really kicking off then launching the conversation about AI, energy, and Pennsylvania being front and center. That is huge. So welcoming in Senator Dave McCormack. Congratulations, Senator.
Oh, thank you, Don. Thanks for having me today.
Absolutely. I mean, and I'm serious. When we look at, all of the news headlines, and there weren't enough, in my opinion, because it's positive news, I think, for the Trump administration, perhaps. But take us through. I want to ask you, as far as what went on with the conference, talking about AI, talking about energy, and even what you maybe, because you're there, right? You're going through that, and President Trump there, multiple cabinet members, CEOs from the private sector, $92 billion of new money coming in. But for you, give me some headlines, if you will, but also...
It was amazing. Well,
yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, it was amazing. So, this all came about, and I may have talked about it, but right after I won the election, I talked to President Trump. He said, "What can I do to help you?" And I said, "There's two things. Number one, come to Pennsylvania for wrestling." You remember we had him
Yes.
come for the wrestling national championships,
right.
and I said I'd like to do this energy innovation summit, and like all good things in my life, the idea of an energy summit started with Dina, and
we're showing her right now. Give her full credit.
Yeah, let's add the technology piece of this, and so the president agreed to come, and we invited CEOs from energy, from the investing world, some of the biggest global investors in the world. We invited technology leaders, and we did a series of fireside chats with key people. Half the cabinet came, Secretary of Treasury, Secretary of Energy, Secretary of Commerce, Secretary of Interior, David Sachs, who's the AI czar, Lee Zeldin, who's the EPA administrator, and CEOs, the most prominent CEOs from around the world, and labor leaders. Bipartisan. Governor Shapiro came. He and I did a panel together on Amazon's investment in Pennsylvania. And the goal was threefold. Number one, use this as a catalyst to get commitments of investment in Pennsylvania. Lots of things have been percolating, but let's drive them home. And getting the President of the United States and being on a stage with all the media in the country was the catalyst. Second, use the fact that the media is coming. We probably had 150 reporters there, Don, to tell Pennsylvania's story. We are at the crossroads. We have the second largest energy production in the world. We have the fourth largest natural gas reserves. We have these incredible skilled workers, pipe fitters, electricians. This AI revolution is going to help skilled workers, blue-collar workers more than anybody. And we have these incredible technologists in places like Carnegie Mellon University, which hosted the conference. So Pennsylvania really is at the crossroads. So tell that story, because we want this $92 billion of investment to be the beginning of a huge flow of capital and opportunity into Pennsylvania. And then third, and this is, I think, what sold the deal to the president, listen, we promised we were going to create jobs for working families. And this investment is going to create tens of thousands of construction jobs, many thousands of permanent jobs, many thousands of indirect jobs. And so the president was sold. And honestly, it was one of those things where once it started to come together, I think it started to take on an energy. But so until the very last day, we were getting major CEOs from around the country saying, "Can I come?" And we were oversold. And so a great day for the country, a great day for Pennsylvania, a great day for the president. None of this would have happened without his energy dominance policies, his AI leadership policies, and it was a good day for us to begin to deliver on the promises we made to Pennsylvania.
And so, as far as that goes, there was one statistic as to how many, for example, trained electricians. So we need more. Like I talk about my guys, who are electricians, or my HVAC guys, who you kind of fight. Like sometimes I'm hesitant to even share their name and number with people because they're so in demand, because we need more of these individuals. There was one stat out, and I'm sure you have this, that we need like half a million, I believe, electricians moving forward?
Nationally, yeah.
I mean, holy moly.
Yeah. Yeah, we need, and that requires a partnership. You know, we have all sorts of great skilled labor capability, but we don't have enough. And I had a lunch in Pittsburgh, this is probably 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I was with all the building trades, and they said, well, you know, we don't like to invest in the apprenticeship programs until we have the work clearly in front of us. And I said, guys, look at me, trust me, invest, double, triple, quadruple your apprenticeship programs, because it's coming. We got a wave of work that's coming. So the apprenticeship programs, a number of the investments that were announced were investments in job training. Google announced the fact that they're going to train every small business in Pennsylvania on AI. We had a number of things we need to do to support the skilled workforce. Pell Grants need to be evolved to be much more supportive of skilled workers. The GI Bill, which I took advantage of as a young man coming back from Iraq. We need to evolve that so it supports skilled worker training. So there's a lot we need to do to have the workforce needed for the future. But the exciting thing, you know, that AI is going to change a lot. It's going to be very disruptive. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be disruptive to some jobs are going to go away. But I think for the foreseeable future, this revolution is going to create a lot of opportunity for skilled workers. It's going to be a net positive for the trades, and it's going to be very disruptive to some kinds of white collar jobs. Journalists, as an example, you know, a lot of the things where AI can do 80-90% of the work. I did a search yesterday on AI just out of curiosity. What are Dave McCormack's positions on Ukraine? The chat GPT came back with an outline that would have been 90% of an article on my positions. I mean, the journalist that would have taken a day to write that article, it can be written in 2 minutes. So, but this is going to be a huge thing for Pennsylvania.
Senator, I confess I did the same thing. So that's a sin. But just, you know, and it went through, you know, your combat experience, your military experience, and all of your different policy, you know, platforms. And here's the thing, I would have put up a poll. Who do you trust more, Chat GPT on research on somebody like Senator McCormack or CNN? I think Chat GPT wins, you know?
No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Don't put the Philadelphia Inquirer in there.
Another thing, you know, I saw that you put out over the weekend that you're proud to support the Genius Act. A lot of people are concerned about crypto only because it's something, you know, that's new. And so people are wary of it. And I know that you've been talking about it as far as the Genius Act and how it bolsters and strengthens the U.S. dollar worldwide.
Yeah, this is a really important step forward. And, you know, President Trump had vowed to be the leader in crypto. And if you think of crypto as sort of the next big, or one of the next big evolutions in terms of technology, blockchain and crypto essentially allow financial transactions, and it takes financial institutions out of it. So it creates a lot of autonomy and independence for people. It's if you're freedom loving and want to have the government play a smaller role, crypto offers the opportunity, and stablecoin in particular offers the opportunity to do a transaction between two parties where there's no financial intermediary. The reason this is so valuable is it takes a lot of cost out of the system, but the important thing to know is it's backed by the dollar. So stablecoin is dollar denominated. So in other words, it's just rather than having $100 that you switch back and forth between people, you can do that digitally. And the reason that's so important is stablecoin takes off and is used around the world. It's going to reaffirm the the primacy of the dollar. The dollar is the reserve currency of the world. That's a huge advantage for America. And by taking this leadership in stablecoin and the Genius Act, I think we strengthen that. The other thing about it is, and I asked a bunch of prosecutors on this, I was worried that crypto and stablecoin would allow bad actors to have transactions behind the scenes, drugs, human trafficking, whatever. Ironically, what blockchain does is it captures every transaction. So it doesn't show who the two different sides of the transaction are, but you can see illicit behavior. And so the prosecutors I talked to about this have convinced me that this is actually going to make it a lot easier to crack down on fraud and illicit finance behavior, while also, again, reinforcing, taking cost out of the financial system, helping individuals have more individual freedom, more liberty, and also reinforcing the reserve currency status of the U.S. dollar.
So it's good news for the dollar. It's good for the $92 billion investment that was announced last week. Moving forward, I believe that I saw or read that you said, Senator McCormack, something to the effect that $92 billion investment that we're hearing about, tens of thousands of jobs, but moving forward, it supersizes. Can you explain that?
Yeah. So, well, first of all, we need, one of the things, ever since I've, lived in Pennsylvania and ever since growing up here and, running a business here, the thing you hear people say is we gotta create opportunity for our kids. Our kids are, we're an aging population in Pennsylvania. Our kids are, growing up, going to high school, going to college, and they're leaving. And so we've got to create opportunity for them to stay and actually become a magnet for people coming to Pennsylvania from other states. That's the key to our economic growth and opportunity. And so what happened here, I think, with the attention that the summit brought and the investment is there's going to be lots of jobs created, but I think we put Pennsylvania on the map for every major CEO in the world who's thinking about investing. And that's a huge step forward. We need to make it easy for CEOs to invest. I said to Governor Shapiro, listen, they've got lots of choices. We're in a competition with China for AI leadership, but we're also in a competition with Georgia and Tennessee and Virginia and Texas. We need to show them that Pennsylvania is going to be the place that they should invest their dollars, create new opportunity for our young people. And there's a network effect. So if you're a big investor, you want to build a new data center or build a new pipeline or whatever, if you see that there are other companies that have done that, if you see that the infrastructure supports it, if you see that the regulations support it, if you see that the talent pool supports it, that makes you want to invest more. So this $92 billion was a huge shot of adrenaline. It showed the world, it showed investors in the United States that Pennsylvania is a big part of the future. Now we need to land additional planes as they circle around and look at where they're going to invest. We need to make sure they land in Pennsylvania.
I was looking at, because obviously the rescissions bill, or some call it the Doge bill, passing with that $9 billion of Congress kind of pulling back and looking at the budget, something we all do at the kitchen table, right? And the fact that it's the first time in a very long time that Congress has done that. So as far as the criticisms, I just wanted your comment on that, because I had read, for example, NPR, which the left is losing their mind over, but then I had read it's a tiny percentage of their budget. There's no reason they can't go forth in the private sector, just like the rest of us in media. But just your comment about why it was important to follow that, as far as, looking at the budget and seeing where you could trim.
Well, I think, we've got a huge debt problem. We got $37 trillion of debt. We have a $2 trillion a year deficit. It's like a family that earns $100,000 a year, spending $150,000 a year. That's how profound it is. So we've got to get control of our spending, and we made some progress on that with the Big Beautiful Bill, but not enough, frankly. The reason the rescissions are so important is, in the overall scheme of things, it's not that much money compared to our spending and our debt and our deficit, but I think it shows a discipline where the Doge process revealed, wow, we're spending on things that most Pennsylvanians that I know would not agree with. They would not agree with some of the things we're spending foreign aid on. They would not agree with some of the things that are being broadcast on public radio. And the $1 billion that was taken from the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, NPR, I think was really important for the following reason. What's happened is NPR has strayed. really strayed over the last couple decades, and it is a left-leaning media outlet. Now, it's totally fine that we have left-leaning media outlets. We have right-leaning media outlets. We have left-leaning media. It's just not okay for the taxpayers to be paying for it. You know, the people up in Bradford County, Susquehanna County, the people where I grew up in Columbia County, they don't want to pay for left-leaning media, right? So this is not about the First Amendment or making sure that people have access to lots of information. I'm for a market of ideas where everybody gets to decide what they believe based on what they're able to read in the media. But what we can't have is the taxpayers funding an ideological left-leaning agenda. And the same is true for the foreign assistance. Listen, there's all the floor speeches, Chuck Schumer, oh my God, it's the end of the world. The fact is that we cut about 10% of total foreign assistance. And I think most Pennsylvanians, when they look at the fact that we're spending money on LGBTQ operas in Costa Rica and a bunch of other DEI initiatives in other countries, that's not what foreign aid was for. Foreign aid's for soft power. It's for fighting back against China. It's for delivering, the generosity of the American people in war-torn areas in very specific cases. But it's not for funding an ideological agenda. So we gave USAID a relatively small haircut, 10%. We gave foreign aid, rather, a relatively small haircut, 10%, which was just to try to rope in some of this crazy stuff that most Americans and most Pennsylvanians would not support.
Well, Senator, I know it's a busy day with the Senate reconvening today. You have a lot of busy work ahead. We appreciate you taking time out for us.
Thank you for having me. Have a great day, Don.
Oh, you as well. Thank you. Great talking. So, yeah, they have the Senate reconvenes today. They continue on with the job. But last week, that was a big week. I know some of the Sunday shows focused on that $92 billion. But from everything I read and look at, it just looks like this is the beginning. So I hope we bring back some of these jobs that we've lost to southern states. As many people I've done, how many interviews did I do over the past several years where people said, yep, unfortunately, all these jobs left because of our tough regulations. And I think it was important that our governor, Josh Shapiro, was relatively quiet last week. And he attended that summit. But I think he has the message, if you will, that this is huge. If you build it, they will come. And he benefits from it, right? So I think that's very important. But I do love, I'll watch to see some of these tech jobs that are coming back. I talk about my guys like at Marvin E. Cans. And I've shared with you that in my family, until I got married to, and I love you, Larry, I love my husband, 25 years, but I thought that all men just knew how to fix everything. Because my dad, my brother, my Uncle Don, all my relatives, all the Stensland men. Okay, I know. This is a sin, Dan. I know. I love you, Lair Bear.
I'm in the same camp, so
but, but I did. I just thought it was like in your DNA. So I totally took it for granted. Like my mom would be like, Richard, I was thinking we need a bathroom, a powder room in the down. And like, voila. He was like magic. You know what I mean? My dad, my brother, my uncle, they'd come over. And then before you knew it, there was that powder room downstairs, the plumbing, the electric. Like they can, back in the day, take a car apart, put it back together. Yeah.
Uncle Richard!
So, yeah, right? But, yeah, I got to talk about. So, here's the thing. I'm always looking for guys who are like the men in my family who it's like in their DNA. They like know how to fix stuff and they love doing it. And that's where I found my guys at Marvin E. Cans. They're like men in my family, okay? And so that's why I rave about them because I'm like, ooh, Hercules. Yeah, exactly. Fabulous. Hercules. And I'm like, Larry, don't touch that. The Marvin E. Cans guys are coming, honey. So, yeah, summertime, the heat, even though we have lower humidity now. But I'm telling you, if you're looking for guys like my guys at Marvin E. Cans, you got to reach out to them. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. I can't rave about them enough, but they came out, tuned up the AC unit, made sure we were all good to go for summertime. Take my advice. Get your AC unit serviced this summer. If Marvin E. Cans, if they feel that your unit needs to be replaced, They're going to give you an honest assessment at a fair price and install a high-efficiency Trane, Trane, AC unit. Hard to stop a train, as they say. Visit my guys, marvinicans.com, KANZE.com, marvinicans.com. Make sure you tell them Dawn sent you.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Hey, this is Larry Steiners with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
A full bathroom remodel isn't always needed. Hi, I'm Stephanie from Emmons. Sometimes small upgrades can make a big difference. Whether it's a new vanity, maybe modern fixtures, or a new layout, Emmons delivers stunning transformations all within your budget. Call us today at 856-556-3229. Visit our Cherry Hill showroom or check us out online at callemmons.com and let Emmons make your bathroom beautiful again. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Home title theft. It's on the rise and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Don Stensland. Weekdays 10 till noon. Only on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And on the free Odyssey app.
So we're getting some updates on the suspect in the shooting of this off-duty Border Patrol agent who was shot in the face. This happened in New York City. We think about our law enforcement and these attacks, these violent attacks on law enforcement in general, right? But in this one specifically, the headline is off-duty Customs and Border Protection officer who was shot in the face is, thank God, recovering. So we're getting some new information. But this was an apparent botched robbery in Fort Washington Park over the weekend. And Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem making an announcement just this morning. Our own executive producer, Dan Borowski, has been monitoring the latest on that. So I defer to you, Dan, as you've been, this is a breaking news, developing news situation that's just unfolding.
Yeah, Noem was up there, CBP Commissioner Rodney Scott and Tom Homan talking about the situation that played out here with New York City, but also giving a general sense, Dawn, on the current status of violence against ICE agents and such. So let's start with the specificity here of the New York City case, where she gives an update on the Border Patrol agent shot there, but uses some very strong words that has now set Twitter, a.k.a. X, aflame. Take a listen.
And we just recently, in the last couple of days, have had one of our own that has been attacked and has been harmed and dangerously by violent criminals that have been run loose here in New York City, but also in this country, as a result of sanctuary city policies and the policies of the Biden administration. I just want you all to know that we have our hearts and our prayers going out with our officer and with his family and his friends, and we'll be lifting him up in prayer for his quick recovery and his healing from this terrible tragedy that has befallen him. Listen, our officer was off duty on Saturday evening when him and his friend were attacked. They were attacked by two individuals that were set on robbing them, and thankfully he had his service weapon with him and was able to defend himself and his friend and injured one of those individuals that was trying to do them harm. His quick action speaks to his tenacity and his excellence in training and skill, and because of that, one of the perpetrators was wounded in this interaction and was incarcerated when he came in to get medical treatment. One of the suspected attackers, the one that was injured, his name is Miguel Francisco Mora Nunez, a Dominican national that was entering into this country illegally back in 2023. He was then released back into this country by the Biden administration. Miguel Francisco Moro Nunez is and has a rap sheet that is a mile long. He was arrested. He was charged with grand larceny and also assault. The state of Massachusetts has an active warrant out for him for armed robbery with a firearm. He also has many other charges against him, such as kidnapping and witness intimidation. There's absolutely zero reason that someone who is scum of the earth like this should be running loose on the streets of New York City.
It's a sin. So not only do we have, this officer, again, off duty, but attacked in this way, and then you hear that somebody with a rap sheet. Now, they were set to deport him, right, Dan? So he was set to be deported, but then for some reason, he stays.
More
Sound
info on that?
familiar?
Rodney Scott, as CBP Commissioner, Don.
These two individuals, the two assailants, were released into the United States after being apprehended because of failed policies. President Trump stepped up and fixed those failed policies on January 20th of this year. With the support from Secretary Noem, we now have the most secure border that I've ever seen in my entire lifetime. Much of that resolution was by fixing failed policies based on facts and evidence. Sanctuary city policies across this nation and some of these, and even states in some cases, are failed policies. The facts and evidence are there in front of you. It's time for local leadership and state leadership to step up to the plate like President Trump did, acknowledge crime as crime, acknowledge the fact that there's no global information system where we can vet these people coming into the United States. We do not know who they are, and we have to have border security where we simply know and control who and what enters our country.
Now, I will say to his credit, Mayor Eric Adams, former cop who's trying to keep his job, but he's an independent. He's one of those running against Mamdani, the basically communist or self-proclaimed socialist Democrat. But Mayor Eric Adams says this suspect is, quote, exactly the type of person the city is cooperating with the federal government to try to capture. So Adams putting word out that he separates himself from progressives. And we've seen it here in Pennsylvania, by the way, recently with those protests. But he's saying, no, we need to work with federal law enforcement to get these dangerous guys off the street.
A sanctuary city.
Oh, jeez, yeah.
More on that from Homan, Don?
Yes.
Secretary said it, Rodney said it. Sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals.
Yep.
Hard stop.
Well said.
I've been doing this since 1984. I've never seen a situation where I see it today. New York City, how many times do you want to see NYPD attacked by illegal alien criminals in this city? Now a federal officer. How many citizens in this city have been attacked by illegal aliens in this city? You see the polls. Everybody agrees we should be arresting public safety threat illegal aliens, but you got a city council here that locked us out of Rikers Island. Are you kidding me? So an illegal alien in Rikers Island we can't talk to, we don't have access to. That makes the city unsafe. Every sanctuary city is unsafe. I'll say it again, sanctuary cities are sanctuaries for criminals.
Amen. And that should be the attitude of everyone. They said, by the way, NYPD is not permitted to hold these kind of guys for federal agents. Even when they get somebody like this, NYPD in the same, I believe, here in Philadelphia and across the nation in blue cities that are so-called sanctuary, Montgomery County, I've reported on this recently, Bucks County, a little different. Bucks County, the sheriff there said, no, if somebody's a dangerous person, we're allowed to hold them. But this is literally being debated in our area as whether local law enforcement could hold somebody who is ID'd as a dangerous, formerly convicted person with a rap sheet, and the local police are not allowed to hold them for ICE to just deport them. That is crazy. That is crazy. And that's why we all know it's very unpopular.
We should probably break out, Dawn.
Okay.
Yeah, we're running a bit behind.
We'll take a quick break. Get your thoughts, if we can. 855-839-1210. Be right back.
A comfortable air mass returns to the Delaware Valley for the first half of the work week. Plenty of sunshine today with lowering humidity. High temperature up around 87. For tonight, very pleasant, mostly clear with a low 66. And for Tuesday, a mixture of sunshine and clouds with low humidity with a high 84.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
Want money back for your home improvement projects this summer?
Call CNC Heating and Air Conditioning, your York certified comfort experts. Family owned and operated, serving Montgomery and Bucks counties for over 50 years. With 24/7 service and trained technicians, CNC will make sure your system is running efficiently all summer long. Refer a friend, and if they purchase a new full HVAC system, you both receive money back as a thank you for supporting our family-owned business. Schedule an estimate today at cc-hvac.com/referral.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life. Celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
At Citizens, we know when you're into something, you seek out advice. We all do. When you're into fitness, you got a trainer.
Another 12 reps. Let's go.
Wellness, a meditation expert.
And breathe.
And a stylist when you realized fuchsia wasn't your color.
That's so you.
So, what about advice for your money? From making a plan to reaching your goals, Citizens has the guidance you've been looking for all along. Make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at your local branch or online at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Hey, it's Matt, your Leaf Filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Now is the perfect time to start on your next success.
Apply now and save with no application fee. Classes start August 13th. An accredited state university, University of Maryland Global Campus offers online and hybrid courses. Plus, you can earn up to 90 credits toward a bachelor's for prior learning and work experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Learn more at umgc.edu. Certified to operate in Virginia by Shea.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use, now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
Keep free speech alive. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Just to wrap up on the previous comment, Dan has some breaking news or developing news that's pretty incredible, so we want to get to that. But I just want to wrap up on the Kristi Noem, Tom Homan news conference that happened this morning as that officer is recovering after being shot in the face and to an illegal, somebody here illegally with a long rap sheet, according to authorities, in custody. We have, looking at the result of the defund the police movement, just going back a second, remember that during the Biden administration, this was in May of 2024, new information was released to us, how agencies were reporting it was 79,000, a little over 79,000 officers were assaulted. And this happened in 2023, marking the highest officer assault rate over the past decade. But a huge number of individuals being assaulted. And now we're going to supersize that. Listen to the statistic that is given. And this is Kristi Noem putting this in perspective with violence against officers. And this amid the media reporting, the rhetoric by the left, and then spilling out into the streets.
We've seen violence against our officers go up over 830% just in recent days because of the rhetoric out of politicians and the rhetoric out of individuals who are letting this victimization go on and on against the public. So I would call on everybody today to recognize what can happen, how in one moment someone's life can change, their whole family can change. And it is happening every day across this country. And this officer and his family, while today they are suffering, they still continue to serve the public and recognize that they want to go back out and make sure that they're doing all that they can to uphold the rule of law in this country. We're doing everything in our power to make sure that our officers out on the streets have the equipment and the training and the resources and the backup that they need to do their jobs, but they should never have to deal with an individual who was arrested 4 different times for violating the law and then released.
100%. Think about yesterday, a great event. Obviously, our own Nick Cale, Greg Stocker, many of you were participating, more than 2,100 bikers, all participating in the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, that so-called, it's Been to the Shore bike ride, 38th annual, raising, well, we're closing in on a lot of amazing numbers, but still trying to reach the $1.5 million mark, but about 1.4-ish million. Thank you for doing that. And just being there with widows like Maureen Faulkner, like Judy Cassidy, so many others that we were talking to, and some officers who are wheelchair bound, for example, being shot on the job. And that's just it. These are real people with families and kids at home, and they want to just come home. They're doing a job. And so for anybody who's protesting, for anybody who's an official, to make them out to be so-called Gestapo or evil, that's just so wrong. That's evil to do that. And you're putting them in danger. So thank you to those of you. And you can still go to FBBCF, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.org. You can still donate because those dollars, it's a 501c3 nonprofit, tax deductible. But when you donate, you're donating directly to helping families and children who've lost their loved one, just like Kristi Noem just said, locally here. That money stays local. So I just wanted to put that out there, and I just can't help but think about yesterday and just one of the widows just breaking down and tears rolling down her face, just saying, I don't want to hear about anybody talking about their bad day. Because when you find out that your husband who you love, the love of your life, the father of your children is not coming home, that's a bad day. So just put that in perspective. Want to get to Dan Borowski, good eye once again, as Dan has just found this something.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, this is amazing,
Oh,
Dan.
wow.
A
Yeah.
Dan discovery.
Yeah, so going viral now. Sorry, wow, my mic is way hot. Sorry. So Andrew Callahan, a guy that used to do a show called All Gas, No Brakes on YouTube, a really big viral show. He used to go to like conventions and such and kind of make fun of bronies, essentially. Kind of spun that off into something he now calls Channel 5, Dawn. And Andrew Callahan does really good investigative work looking at the drug scene in Kensington, and he talks to the drug dealers. But Dawn, all of a sudden, just a couple hours ago, randomly, no promo for it or anything, he pops up and has a 3-hour exclusive interview with who, Dawn? Hunter Biden.
Did he find him in Kensington?
I have
Oh.
no idea where he found him. But I have some clips, two short clips, just a sample as to what we're hearing from Hunter Biden. That's going to set conservative media ablaze. And just a sample, Dawn, take a listen. Ready?
For someone, am I going to be like all these Democrats say, you have to talk about and realize that people are really upset about illegal immigration. You. How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned? How do you think you got food on your table? Who do you think washes your dishes? Who do you think does your garden? Who do you think is here by the sheer just grit and will that they figured out a way to get here because they thought that they could give themselves and their family a better chance. And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are the criminals?
Wow, nice language there. That's a private education in Delaware. That's what I'll buy you. Real nice. So I guess this was just released on so-called Channel 5 on YouTube by Andrew Callahan. It was just released like 20 minutes ago, and now it's already going viral. Isn't it amazing? He's very upset because he wants that cheap labor, because he's very wealthy, well-to-do, beautiful home, beautiful young wife, and he wants to make sure that he can hire, cheap labor for his what? His garden and his cook and all of his
so off base.
Right? Whatever happened to a livable wage to actually pay people above the table? But
everything that's being memed about Democrats online and how they're essentially saying, our servants are going away. Here's Hunter Biden doubling down on that. Wow. He goes on, Dawn. So taking people behind the scenes of radio and such, when you get clips like this, they come in uncensored, and it takes a little bit to censor them, right, to bleep them. So I got another 20 seconds into it. It gets pretty crazy, and I'll get some more for after the break. But here's 20 seconds more, Dawn. Take a listen.
And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are the criminals? White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a violent crime than an immigrant. And the media says, well, you got David Axelrod and, Rahm Emanuel. Was so smart, Rahm Emanuel. He said, we got to understand that these people are really mad. And we got to appeal to these white voters. Rahm.
And then he goes and says another.
Well, yeah, and that's the problem. So, normally we could play it if the guy didn't curse so badly and frequently, but here's the thing, and I'm glad, first of all, Hunter is clean. And he's gone through all the rehab and all of that. But maybe while he was, away, I don't know, when he was on the Burisma board or on the crack pipe, he missed the story about how we don't keep statistics on illegals, you see. Like in Philadelphia or New York or any of these blue cities, we don't have the luxury of keeping the stats because these individuals, you just heard Kristi Noem and Tom Homan saying that they would say they would just let them go. They don't hold them for ICE. And we don't keep stats differentiating an illegal non-citizen person versus a citizen, you see? So there are zero stats. So that's why he can say what he just said when he just said, a white American guy. Well, that guy that he's talking about could very well be an illegal person from wherever, but they're just considered a citizen. Do you see what I'm saying? That we don't have the stats. Now, the only time that we did have the stats was when NYPD got really aggravated because, and I think it was then Mayor Adams, as I recall, who was saying there are no stats that tell us that illegals are any worse, blah, blah, blah. Well, guess what? God bless them, NYPD, they kept the stats, even though they weren't supposed to. And then they released them. Remember that? And they released the stats in Times Square as to how many illegals were attacking people, especially like ladies, older ladies, senior citizen people. Remember that? And then, oops, they let the genie out of the bag because we knew that those stats perhaps could be resounding if we kept the stats like here in Philadelphia or any other state where you have blue cities. So that's why he doesn't know what he's talking about.
You guys are going to have so much fun with this tomorrow morning. Here's Andrew. A quick question regarding the crack before we head to break.
Okay.
I was drinking so much alcohol, almost a handle of vodka a day. And alcohol is the most destructive drug, not just to your body, but it puts you in more danger than any other drug that I've ever experienced. And then you add on top of that the amount of crack that I was using at the time. And crack cocaine, in terms of your physical health, is not as dangerous as the situation that you put yourself in to be able to obtain it.
How do you get crack?
One of the things I don't want to do is give a how-to to any moron like myself that may think that it's a good idea. But crack cocaine is a
just to ask him where he gets his crack.
3
hours long, Don. 3 hours long.
Here's the thing: that there are some estimates that he's worth as much as, reportedly he might be worth as much as $200+ million. So I'll just say to you, it's kind of a sad commentary when a guy who think about what he could have done with his life. If you could be worth $200+ million as a crack addict and an alcoholic, and that's like the smartest Biden, wow. It's a commentary that it kind of blows my mind as far as what this guy could have done with his life if he had not been addicted for so many years of his life. I will say that. And there are so many people who say, even at one point, remember that there were, texts on WhatsApp and he was just saying, yeah, I'm running things or something. You kind of believe it because even high, he seemed to be more with it and brighter than a lot of those who were running things. It's just, but what a potty mouth this guy has.
Right? It's tough. It's tough for me. Stop cursing, dude.
Yeah. And he talks a good game, though, doesn't he? He just does not have the facts.
You. How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned?
See,
how do you think you got food on your f***ing table?
Yeah. Why don't you pay people what they're worth? A so-called livable wage. And see, this undermines the unions. It undermines American citizens who should earn a real wage, not the under-the-table money that you want to pay your servants. 855-839-1210. Thanks for being here. At Dawn Stensland. Please follow me on X. Like us on YouTube. We'll be right back.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future. And that way, you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
Your official home of Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Every Nittany Lions game, every play, all season on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or price stop to opt out.
Ugh, why does my bank always charge me fees?
That's because your bank is trash. Ever heard of Current? You could get a paycheck advance up to $750 if you qualify.
Wait, $750? Like before payday?
Exactly. It's your money, just early. Set up an eligible direct deposit. See if you qualify, and that's it.
So what's the catch?
No catch. No overdraft fees, no annual fees. And you can build your credit without falling into debt.
Wow, I needed this like yesterday. What do I do?
Text them. That's it.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
This summer, grow your money without breaking a sweat with First Harvest Credit Union share certificates. Earn 4% annual percentage yield with a 7-month online-only certificate, or choose a 3-month certificate at the same great rate. Visit firstharvestcu.com/certificates to learn more about these great summer savings and our other savings options, like a First Harvest Growth Savings and Growth Checking accounts. Lock in higher earnings today. Membership restrictions apply. Insured by NCUA.
Coming to Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus, where everyone pays what employees pay. It might as well be Christmas in July. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe for only $289 a month for 24 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
So we are still waiting for the results of the DC 33 contract vote that should be ratified today following that tentative deal as far as striking sanitation workers, 911 operators, that sort of thing. But I don't have the official word right now, so hopefully, knock wood, all the trash gets picked up if you didn't have Monday delivery last week or Monday pickup. Let's get to what is Senator Lindsey Graham is talking about getting a whooping.
And Putin, your turn is coming. You know, Donald Trump is the Scotty Scheffler of American politics and foreign diplomacy, and he's about to put a whooping on your ass. What's going to happen here is that Trump is going to impose tariffs on people that buy Russian oil. China, India, and Brazil. Those three countries buy about 80% of cheap Russian oil. That's what keeps Putin's war machine going. So President Trump's going to put 100% tariff on all those countries, punishing them for helping Putin.
Well, I don't think he should curse like that. That's not very Christian or nice. Supposed to be a gentleman.
Well, there.
Going to put a whooping on you.
Never heard Mr. Rogers say something similar, but it kind of sounds like it's coming from his voice, right?
I know. Mr. Rogers would never curse like that.
You know, Donald Trump is the Scotty Scheffler of American politics.
Okay.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, my goodness. We did see Scotty with baby Bennett. That was wonderful, and that'll be Dan Borowski.
Yeah?
Before we know it. Next
I know
fall.
Nothing about golf. I apologize.
Well, Scotty, a lot of people might know him because he had his baby out, you know, after he won, and the baby comes toddling out, little 18-month-old baby.
Is Dom Giordano a fan of Scottie
Pretty
Scheffler?
adorable.
No, I'm not.
You're not.
He's a great guy, and he apparently is unbelievable. But as a golfer, and people listening that are golfers, Dawn, I got to turn away every time he swings, shut my eyes briefly at the top of the swing. The reason is, did you notice how he moves his right foot?
Nope.
I mean, it's crazy. Nobody else in golf would ever be able to do that and be at the level that he's at. It's beyond unorthodox.
So you dislike him because of the way he moves his right foot?
Well, I didn't say I dislike him. I said I can't watch golf, though, and he's the prime guy because you can't watch that. He's that good. Nobody can have a move like that, Dawn, and succeed. It's amazing.
Yeah, well, see, he gets away with it. That's talent.
Well, that's talent, but I mean, the average golfer, I don't know if Larry golfs or not, you watch that, you go out and hit a golf ball, oh, you're going to be messed up.
It's like the skyhook, right?
Yeah, it's unorthodox beyond belief. So, Dawn, we got Scott Presler coming on today, and we have Todd Shepard, an update on the St. Joe's story of the guy who got kicked out. They said it was students that wanted it. Here, there's a call. It was just the student newspaper. We'll explain.
Dom Giordano Show starts right now.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their Teeth in a Day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just 1 day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit pidentalcenter.com.
This July, Cozy Jewelers is celebrating 35 years of love, sparkle, and family tradition. For generations, you've trusted Cozy for life's biggest moments. And now it's your turn to step up to the 5th C. Color, cut, clarity, carat, and cozy. As a family-owned business, Cozy treats every customer like one of their own. Celebrate 35 years of quality with Cozy Jewelers in Newtown Square, where memories begin and sparkle lasts forever.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time, coming from that secret location, well, the Wildwood Convention Center, nice enough to have me and host me when we're down at the shore. A lot breaking, got some great guests coming our way today. Todd Shepard, all-time investigative journalist, just won the 2025 award. You've heard him on the station a lot. He's got a story, St. Joe's. Remember, they bounced this professor for making comments around George Floyd, essentially. It was a George Floyd summer. And they said, well, it was students who were doing this. Just like over at Cheltenham, which, for the record, they can come on anytime. They can call in right now, 855-839-1210. That institution has gone downhill. We talked about them during COVID. Back in the day, when I thought of the 5 best high schools, something like that in the area, at least public, I thought Cheltenham. I've told you about their Hall of Fame because I was in a dunk tank for the Rizzo's Pizza, had to go in there to get out of clothing and dry down. It was a 50-degree day, and I saw the Netanyahus, the doctor in the heart transplant, Reggie Jackson, people like that. They're not that anymore. They've gone downhill academically tremendously, and now the little kiddos there, allegedly, want to take Benjamin Netanyahu out of their Hall of Fame, and I think those idiots there might do it. Oh, they know he's a TikTok told him he's a war criminal. You ever notice these institutions, when they go downhill academically, what is the thing that goes along with that? They ratchet up their activism. And speaking of challenged, but floating through life, Hunter Biden did another podcast. I mean, maybe the Dom Giordano will get him on someday. You know, we can go to one of his favorite locations.
I don't know how this guy even got him. It's crazy.
In an alleyway in Philadelphia. I don't know the Callahan guy. I don't know if is he left.
Do you want a little history on him?
Yeah.
He's very centrist. I would say libertarian, if anything. He does a show called All Gas, or he did a show called All Gas, No Brakes on YouTube, where you'd go to like brony conventions and other conventions and essentially do the convention man on the street type interviews and really dig in and find out what the mindset was behind these individuals. He spun off from All Gas, No Brakes. I think he sold that off and started something new called Channel 5, and he's kind of taken a new spin on it, a little more serious, where he's delved into the drug scene in Kensington. And we actually played clips of Andrew Callahan in the past, particularly when Anthony Dorenzo was producer. He's a big fan of Callahan's, where he talked to the drug kingpins in Kensington. He talked about the role that the cartel plays on the violence and such. But no, he actually he scored somehow a 3+ hour exclusive interview with Hunter Biden, and man, has it set Twitter ablaze in the past couple hours.
Yeah, I guess part of the reason probably is the drug thing, and that there's some kind of hookup there as far as, well, he chronicles that. Hunter Biden wants to get the word out on that. That's got to be the initial linchpin.
Yeah, I would think so.
But maybe the money here with Hunter Biden, as we hit the 6-month mark, and I'm going to play you Scott Jennings, who, by the way, is all set to do Politics and Pints. This guy works on Sundays. He and his assistants will tell you about that once everything's finalized. But Jennings yesterday, and I'll play you Hunter Biden first, then Jennings, making the point at the 6-month mark that the Trump base, and I think even beyond the base, does support mass deportation. I told you we were going to come to this point. The media was going to make it that people do not support that. Once you get rid of the, quote, criminals, then nobody else goes. And we made the point, there might be more latitude if Joe Biden didn't lower and allow in incalculable numbers of people so that we're strained beyond belief. And that means there has to be more of an effort to deport. At least I think that's what the logic is. But Hunter Biden on this Callahan show is not seeing any of that. He, and I'll tell you, previewing this, he's looking at it like the country's going to fall apart, meaning this clown has always had someone to pick up his mess. Has Hunter Biden ever worked at anything? I mean, really worked at anything in his life? He got bounced from the military. We know how many people, and what's the allure? How many of these women turned to drugs around him? What's the allure with Hunter Biden? Can anyone answer that? Look, he's a relatively attractive guy, but, that doesn't mean you can get all these women to be experimenting with crack and everything else, does it? There's got to be something there. Or are these just the people that kind of gather around the Biden franchise there in Delaware? Maybe it's that. Here's Hunter Biden, though, laying out the illegal immigration issue.
For someone, am I going to be like all these Democrats say, you have to talk about and realize that people are really upset about illegal immigration. You. How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned? How do you think you got food on your table? Who do you think washes your dishes? Who do you think does your garden? Who do you think is here by the sheer just grit and will that they figured out a way to get here because they thought that they could give themselves and their family a better chance? And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are the criminals?
Okay, now, a couple of observations. One, in the beginning at least, do you notice the psyche of this guy? Do you notice what we're talking about? How it's everybody that would be in service to him. He gives it away. He gives away the whole deal of these progressive elites or liberal elites or people that latch on to them. I don't think he has any ideology at all. I think he's a dummy. I think Joe Biden's a dummy, of course, but I think that this son's a dummy. My goodness, everything is about what they're going to do for you. Oh, my God.
I have more.
Okay.
You want it?
Dan tells me there's a little bit more. We're getting flop sweat already. Thank God this room is heavily air conditioned here. It's overly air conditioned. We'll play you a little bit more of him carrying on. And the other part, look, I don't mind you. I don't care what this guy does, although I think he ought to be in jail. That's what I care about. But can you drop the F-bomb every second? Does that enhance your thought pattern, you moron? Here's a little bit more of Hunter Biden.
And he's somehow convinced all of us that these people are the f***ing criminals. White men in America are 45 more times likely to commit a f***ing violent crime than an immigrant. And the media says, well, you got David Axelrod and, Rahm Emanuel. Was so f***ing smart, Rahm Emanuel. And so we got to understand that these people are really mad. And we got to appeal to these white voters. Rahm, the only people that appealed to those white voters was Joe Biden, 81 years old, and he got 81 million votes, and he did not because he appeased their Trumpian sense, but because he challenged it. And he said, you can be an 81-year-old Catholic from Scranton that doesn't understand it, but still has empathy for transgender people and immigrants. And then nobody said, oh, Joe Biden's going to turn us into a socialist state, no matter how much they said it. But these guys think that we need to run away from all values in order for us to lead. I say, f*** you. How are we getting those people back from f***ing El Salvador? Because I'll tell you what, if I became president in 2 years from now, or 4 years from now, or 3 years from now, I would pick up the phone and call the f***ing president of El Salvador and say,
2 years from now, 3 years from now, what kind of math is this?
Or I'm going to fucking invade. It's a f***ing crime what they're doing. He's a f***ing dictator thug.
Bukele or Trump?
Both.
Okay. All right. 855-839-1210 if you have a pulse. Now, where's the host? I realize in these things, there got to be certain ground rules. You're not going to interrupt him. Where does Hunter Biden get white men are 45 times more likely? If I hear this, how many times have we debunked this? Here's the first debunking. How would we know the likelihood of illegal immigrants committing crime versus people listening right now? I mean, really no. And the answer is because we don't even know who they are, how many, names, identities, etc. But my guess is they are committing every bit as much or more. And I admit that's an educated guess. Hunter Biden has no clue. None of these people that say that. It's just a talking point they throw out. And look, he's on with a guy, happy to get him. I get that. So he's not going to interrupt every incoherent thought with Hunter Biden. Otherwise, you would never get through 3 hours of hearing anything.
How do you
So, Dan, is there any more that you think is of note?
They lead off the interview with commentary about Hunter's addiction, and the first question Andrew asks is how Hunter gets crack. And Hunter won't answer it. But
okay, yeah, let's hear that.
You want to hear it? Oh,
yeah,
okay,
let's hear a little bit.
Time. And crack cocaine, in terms of your physical health, is not as dangerous as the situation that you put yourself in to be able to obtain it.
How do you get crack?
One of the things I don't want to do is give a how-to to any moron like myself that may think that it's a good idea. But
I feel like that's a pretty good question, though. How did Hunter Biden, the son of the president,
how does
score
one
crack?
get crack?
The Secret Service, on him all the time.
Yeah, exactly right. Yeah, and guns in trash cans and all these women. So there you go. All righty. 855-839-1210, AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210. 6 months in, that's the other side. Go ahead, follow Hunter Biden. Let's say we're going to attack everything that Trump's doing. We're going to attack the people who do believe we need to deport more people. We're going to attack everything the last election was about. Do it. Do it. Now, Rahm Emanuel, as insufferable as he is, that he cited there, is at least more on the right course of what they have to do, even though that appears to be hopeless. Here is Scott Jennings, though, making the point that that's still ongoing, that the interviewer could have made. This is Cut Sevens, Jennings, I think on CNN, saying the base voted, there's no doubt about it, and they still support it, an aggressive internal, meaning inside the United States, enforcement.
I want to push you in the chest.
I do want to also touch on immigration. We got some polling on that as well this week. And Scott, Kevin touched on this too, but this new poll shows a majority of Americans think Trump has gone too far when it comes to immigrants living in the U.S. illegally. Obviously, we are 6 months in. They are getting, they've had months now to show kind of what they want to do with immigration. How do you think the Trump administration should think about that issue going forward?
Well, there's always two parts of this issue. One was dealing with the border, and just by taking office and changing the attitude of the federal government, the southern border is effectively closed. So that's solved, and that's a good thing. And in the big, beautiful bill, we've now have new investments for ICE and border enforcement, so that part's okay. The messier part was always going to be internal enforcement, deportations. And there was a lot of polling during the election and since that the American people were A-OK with deportations, specifically of violent criminals, but really of mass deportations generally. I do think a lot of narratives have swirled about what they're doing that simply aren't true. But this was always going to be messier because you're dealing with people who are already here, not people who are trying to get here and are being stopped at the border. So, most supporters of the president that I know, most Republicans that I know are perfectly fine with what the administration is doing. They voted for an aggressive internal enforcement here. And so I see no signs that they're going to be slowing down. This is one of the motivating issues that got President Trump into politics in the first place. It got him the Republican nomination in the first place. This is one of the issues why he exists in politics. And so I think it's full speed ahead, polling or no polling.
Chuck?
I agree with all of that. And I think it's a bare majority. It's right around there that do support it. So it's close. It's not like the high numbers on people that are here illegally. Okay. Todd Shepard just won a big investigative reporting award. He is at Broad and Liberty. He's got a follow-up on a story, and we had the guy on way back when he got bounced, essentially canceled at St. Joe's because of a tweet, and they said there was a groundswell. There was nothing. It was a tweet criticizing reparations. Instead, Shepard says newly uncovered audio reveals a student journalist at St. Joe's University vowed to get him fired, and that's how it happened. But he's got an update on something Josh Shapiro, too. He's next on Talk Radio 1210.
Filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Hey, navigation, take me to turnersvillejeep.com.
Right now, TurnersvilleJeep.com is offering super low lease payments on select models. TurnersvilleJeep.com is home to over 200 new Jeeps and Rams in stock and ready for immediate delivery. TurnersvilleJeep.com has a huge selection of certified pre-owned vehicles with a 7-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, it is downtime. Big issues, big guest. As I mentioned, Todd Shepard from Broad and Liberty was on many times, broken all kinds of stories, just got a big award. And he went back to a story that I think is still worth retelling when I saw it over the weekend. And it involved this professor who we had on at St. Joe's. The controversy erupted less than a year after the George Floyd murder. And his name is Menko, Dr. Greg Menko. I think he teaches math. He tweeted out, suppose your great-grandfather murdered someone. He tweeted February 17, 2021. The victim's great-great-grandson knocks on your door, shows you the newspaper clipping from 1905, and demands compensation for you. Your response? Now get this racist reparation blank out of your head for good, he said in the Post. Coming so soon after the Floyd murder, the Post seemed to become a flashpoint, say some. And again, the argument was, well, it's a flashpoint, and what it is it's driven by widespread student disapproval. Then what are you going to do? All these students don't want to go to school with this guy. All right, let's bring in Todd Shepard. Hey, Todd, welcome back. Thanks for joining us. And you talk about
you bet, Tom. Glad to be with you.
Why, Todd, follow up on something that far back and this voice recording that people can hear at Broad and Liberty is something amazing. So why go that far back?
Yeah, I think well, first of all, people should know that ultimately you set up the description, the foundation of the controversy very well in that retelling. But then what happens is, Greg Menko had a contract with St. Joe's after this whole thing happened. That first of all, they put him on, they suspended him while they did an investigation. And that lasted into the summer. When they come back for the fall, he doesn't get his contract renewed, and instead they make him an adjunct. And that's a pretty big demotion. It may sound like it's not to a lot of people, but it's so that happens to him. And then when he ultimately sues the university, they fire him at that point. So he's in this lawsuit, and the lawsuit's been going on about 3 years now. I suspect they will go to trial next year. But, we're continuing to follow this because, I'll just say that I've been covering it for the entire 3 years. And so far, from what I've seen, everything that Greg Menko, everything that he alleges in his complaint, the way things unfolded, everything matches up. I haven't seen really anything much that contradicts him. And so if he's right on all of these things, I think he stands an excellent chance of winning this lawsuit. And I would just bring up quickly, I don't know how many people might remember this, but last year, I think last year, there was a similar case. There was a Philly Starbucks worker who she lost her job in a racial controversy. She ended up suing Starbucks. Her court case was in New Jersey, but I think she was awarded like a $15 million verdict or something.
That's right. Now, Todd, this is one, let's go back and highlight this. This is one that made international news. I had on then the police chief who originally stood behind the cops. You had a situation where you had people not buying anything, and they had a policy not using the bathroom because of drugs in the bathroom, et cetera. It was across racial lines, and she was the fall person for this. And you're right. She got a whopping settlement in this. Right.
And I mean, so just based on that and some other civil cases I've covered, I don't want to, I'm not a judge and I'm not a jury, but I think so far he's putting together a pretty good case. So, but this audio that you mentioned, If people, again, if they go to broadandliberty.com and look for it, or if it's fallen off the front page by now, just Google St. Joe's. But it's a recording between an alumna who had been who had graduated from the university by 1 or 2 years, and she had Greg Manco as a professor. Now, according to Greg Manco's complaint, she failed his class. I haven't been able to independently verify that, so that's just his allegation in the complaint. But she's talking with a student journalist at the St. Joe's paper, and essentially is saying, this guy did some things in my class that made me feel uncomfortable as a black person, and then and these are like voice texts, so they're not voice mails. You're recording your voice and sending it like a text. The journalist sends a voice message back and says, well, the university hasn't handled this right. I'm really upset with them, but I'm glad you're doing this, and I don't want this guy to work here anymore, so I'm going to get him fired. I'm going to get this guy effing fired, and that's, so it's pretty Now, what's also important here is that there's in the court filings, Manco says this person authored the one and only story in all of the St. Joe's newspaper about his story, and it gets some of the facts wrong. It says students flagged his tweet and made it an issue. Well, that's not technically true. If this voicemail tells the whole story, then it was this one alumna who really got the ball rolling, and possibly another alumna. So it raises a lot of interesting questions about, especially how he was treated by the student newspaper.
Well, exactly right. And again, when we hear there's a student uproar over this, I'm always doubtful of that they're going to go to the mat on this. I always suspect there's some activist involved, apparently, and this may be another case. We're with Todd Shepard, who just won the Keystone Award, #1 investigator. I think he's one of the best nationally that I know of. He's beyond detailed, beyond dogged. This is an example. And Todd, we're still following, and one of the reasons that it's so important is the guy is the governor, but he is even polymarkets, where people are betting on who might be the next candidate. And this over the weekend was for either party. Even with both parties in there, Josh Shapiro ranked 5th or 6th in some that I've seen. He's right there. And he's usually a very careful guy, very skillful politician. But there was this guy, and I interviewed him in person several times, Mike Vereb, who was a former legislator, got a big job inside, and there were allegations and maybe some evidence of sexual harassment, etc. And there's more developments here because even the president of the Senate in Pennsylvania always brings this up, that Shapiro was and is lax on this. What's the new development?
Well, so in 2024, as Shapiro was in the Veep stakes, he was finally pressured to saying something additional about what had happened with the Mike Verb allegations. And of course, remember that the government settled with Verb's accuser for $295,000. But in 2024, Shapiro told the New York Times that he didn't know for many months that the allegations against Verb had happened, which to me that sounded completely preposterous. So I started pressuring them on that, like, when did he know? So then the spokesman tells me later, well, he didn't know until the settlement negotiations were underway. This is problematic because that means he would have known in July or August, and Verb didn't step down until late September. Why did he stay on that extra time? But the really big development is last month, Philly Magazine did a big profile piece with Shapiro, and he updated this story. He said, well, I didn't know because there was an HR policy that sort of kept the complaint from getting to my level while we did this investigation. So, again, that doesn't really sound plausible to me, if you ask me. So I asked the governor's office, I said, show me this HR policy. And they said they have amended it now so that he can get these kinds of complaints early on. So I said, I want the old one, the way it looked, and I want the new one to include changes. And they refused to give them to me. So this whole notion that he didn't learn about these allegations against his top deputy, still the timeline doesn't add up in a number of ways. And quite frankly, I just think it's kind of preposterous that an HR policy prevented him from being told.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Todd Shepard with us. Todd, while you're here, have you ever, speaking of Shapiro, we had on the attorney who's doing a brilliant job, I think, for the Greenberg family, 14 years since their daughter was a suicide, more likely was murdered. And again, Shapiro was the attorney general in this situation, and they have a lot of questions about one of the people that they think potentially was involved in this, is the way I put it. Have you ever investigated the Greenberg case at any place you've worked or anything you've done?
You know, I've been doing some background research on that to try to get familiar with some of this, but actually I've got a Greenberg story in mind that I've just started some work on. It probably won't come to fruition for a couple of 3 months. I can't say that it really gets into the investigative aspect of, you know, the nuts and bolts of the story, but I did just read the Nancy Grace book about 3 weeks ago, and the number of failures at so many levels of government, it's stunning, quite honestly. And I would just add very quickly, Dom, I mean, you know, again, people who have heard me on your show, you know, they should know I'm not a native of the Commonwealth. Forgive me for that. I was a reporter in Colorado for 10 years. I didn't cover the original John Bonet murder, but I covered it some. And I can tell you that I used to think that was the biggest detective mismanagement or malfeasance or just screw up of all times. I mean, I really think the Greenberg case tops it after reading the Nancy Grace book. The number and the consequence of the screw ups, it's jaw dropping and astonishing.
You are the gold standard for me, so I hear what you're saying, and I've interviewed somebody on the John Bonet thing, and it's amazing. But again, the fact, Todd, we had him on recently. Listeners should know that the break was that they found that she was dead when one wound was committed.
Right.
That's the argument. So it's impossible, by any logic that I can see, that she killed herself.
There nothing lines up on that. I mean, not only that amount of evidence that you just described, yes, that's stunning. But I just described this to my wife the other day on a surface level, just because she doesn't follow that sort of news closely. And as soon as I told her the basic fact of the matter, her eyes rolled out of her head. She was so incredulous. And so it doesn't. I mean, look, that's stunning evidence, and that's incredibly weighty evidence. But that's just one of 60 things that went wrong, and so it's hard to even line them up and say which of those pieces matters the most when you're talking about a screw up of that size.
Todd, thank you very much. I know you have a jam day. Where do people find the work of Todd Shepard?
broadandliberty.com. Please follow us on Twitter, and we love to have people sign up for our email. Please join us.
What is this Proton? I had to send another to someone else email. Is it encrypted? Does it go through a secret code when it gets to you to protect everybody?
Oh, Proton Mail. It's an encrypted email service. Yeah, so it's so when you send it, like people who lurk out there in the interwebs, they can't intercept it. So it's a great way it's a little bit more secure than traditional email. That's all.
All righty. That's what I'll use in the future. Thank you, Todd, very much. Thank you. Great work.
Thanks, Tom. I appreciate it.
All right. There's Todd Shepard. And again, this story at St. Joe's, I just think it's not just about St. Joe's and this. And I think Manco, I don't know if he'll get what the woman did at Starbucks. He deserves it. He's been on the show. But it's an example of exactly what we're facing. Now we're hearing it's a student movement. Close to 15% of students over at Cheltenham are demanding that Benjamin Netanyahu be removed from the Hall of Fame there. Who's in the Hall of Fame of your school? I've asked this over the years, and it's wild to hear some of the better ones. I would tell you Cheltenham has both Netanyahus, the one who was killed at Entebbe, I believe. They have the second heart transplant doctor, I'll say it that way. They have Reggie Jackson, who was on 5 World Series, among other things. I think he had 536 home runs, something like that. They have a bunch of other people, and they want to take out Netanyahu. And I've been in sides, as I said, to get changed during a dunk tank, and you see they, at least when I was there, they do a good thing. They put up nice pictures of the people that are in the Hall of Fame, and that's what the students are complaining about. How can they walk the halls and see Netanyahu every day? Can you imagine? And why is it when an institution goes downhill academically, it seems to have more of these activists wanting to tear something else down? I'm not sure if the area, what the percentage is now that is Jewish. And there might be some, even if they're Jewish, that attack him, that are much more liberal. For what? For what's going on in Gaza? After October 7th, really? But that's underway. All right, let me give you the side question, and then we'll take your calls. Scott Presler here today, too. You never know who may pop in. We've got several balls going on out there as we speak. 855-839-1210. So, over the weekend, Phil, who does an unbelievable job, he was out here on Friday putting together his music show that's on Saturday nights. And I asked Phil, what was the theme this week? What were you doing? And he reminded me, because, I didn't even mention last week, was it July 16th, 1991? Last week was the day that Frank Rizzo died, heart attack, remember? And that's 34 years ago? I think Rizzo would have been around 104.
I'm telling you, get away from me.
There we go. Yes, all time we still play it. So, but it was the anniversary of the moon landing. And I went back and looked up Chappaquiddick to see where that played out and how that dovetailed into it, and it helped Kennedy with the moon landing to get away with it a little bit better. So we've never asked this question on the side question. It's an age-old question. I think people still somewhat say it. They might drop in something else. They can put a man on the moon, but we can't what? You can put a man on the moon, but we can't what? All right, I'll start off. Use our turn signals. They can put a man on the moon, but they can't make a quiet vacuum cleaner. Often people will say, how is it? We got Velcro, we got Tang, we went to the moon, and yet we can't do X. And it's something relatively simple. Henry, do you have one?
I'm still thinking about this. Give me a few minutes.
Oh, sure. Okay.
I got one for you.
All right, go ahead, Dan.
How about we can send a man to the moon, but we can't remediate the traffic on the dang Schuylkill Expressway after all these years, Dom?
Now, wait a minute. See, I put a traffic one in there with the turn signal.
I know you did, because
trying to preempt you.
I know.
And you still went down Broadway with another traffic pet peeve.
I know, but
I didn't know you were there. I thought you were in the back room, but okay, there you go.
Can I take a big one off the board?
Yeah, take a big one.
Then? They can send a man to the moon, but we can't find a cure for cancer.
All right, there we go. Conspiracy button hit there. Maybe.
Yeah, big pharma, man, doesn't want it to happen. I'm telling you.
I'm going to say we can put a man on the moon, but we're not so good. When you have to take a colonoscopy, it's the same process as it was 20 years ago. Come on now. There's got to be a better way, right?
How about a fat-free option that actually tastes good?
There you go. Now, that's it. You're cooking. All right, you're off the conspiracy. Now we're back to food, Maha stuff. By the way, over the weekend, Kennedy has won. The dyes will be taken out of Lay's and Tostitos. So there's that. Nothing on the Mexican Coke. And whoever wrote up the tweet for me on the Mexican Coke, that's one of the best tweets I've ever seen. I don't know if it was Henry or Dan or somebody magically got it done. The Mexican Coke.
It was me.
It was you. I'd like to buy the world a Mexican Coke.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to buy the world a Coke, but make sure it's a Mexican one.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that smell I was sniffing, so much better than the dastardly smell of Coke. Okay, phone lines are 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon
Jeez, you missed
Wireless.
the show last week. Dom Giordano was sniffing Coke.
There you go. Provided to me by
it's
Dan, who
uninvited.
ran out to a taco stand. So I didn't know there was one near us.
Coca-Cola, that is.
Well, didn't run. A brisk walk. Well, a walk.
I took my time.
Something like that. A cab ride, and then the Coke appeared.
A nice casual stroll.
Yeah, you got to check that out on my. That's on my Twitter, on Talk Radio 1210 on Twitter. It is a good one. Todd Shepard, though, is unbelievable resource, and St. Joe's. Come on, it's a similar thing. Cheltenham, they're shameless. We saw that during COVID. I've seen them academically what they're involved in. They're not the best and the brightest that they used to be, and they want to take out one of the best and the brightest, Benjamin Netanyahu. Who would they, you know what, I'd love to go over and interview the kiddos at Cheltenham and ask, well, if they took him out, who would they replace him with? Who would they put into the Hall of Fame? Some TikTok guy, I'm trying to think of, Mondani, maybe. Well, he didn't go there. That doesn't matter. Who went to Cheltenham that's a radical on the left? Maybe they should take out Reggie Jackson. He's made a lot of very provocative statements, even though I agree with them. I think he said hitting was better than sex. Uh-oh. That's got to come out of there. All right, 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
It's the perfect time to get inside a new Toyota at Tri-County Toyota. Right now, lease a new 2025 Tacoma four-wheel drive double cab SR5 for just $259 a month for 36 months. Or buy and get rates as low as 3.75 for 48 months. Or check out the rugged new 2025 Tundra and finance for only 1.99% for 72 months. Or get $3,000 cash back. Visit us online at TriCountyToyota.com to see more.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank and a member FDIC.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ziprecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ziprecruiter.com/radio. ziprecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
When you speed, you have less time to react. Follow the speed limit and keep other road users safe. Speeding catches up with you. Paid for by the NHTSA.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, downtime from the shore. A couple of things. We don't have the date yet. It's firmed up, but as soon as I do, I know it's in August. Probably a couple in August at Mulligan's. Ray Didinger coming on the show tomorrow. If I could get him down to Mulligan's, I have to I have to drive him down. I'd like to honor Ray Didinger. He's coming on to talk about the start of football season, and we've never had a chance to do that. We wanted to, but with his work then, pretty hard to get down to Mulligan's, so he would just be on the phone. And a place that I like eating in Wildwood, La Cucina, Joey M., storied career, Sinatra, the whole thing. Ro and I were there last night. Told me this year that Wildwood is honoring Tony Orlando. And Tony Orlando is a very friendly guy to cops, benefits, police, military, that type of stuff. So there's a shot, if the dates line up, Wildwood's going to honor him toward the end of August to get him over to Mulligan's. And just a storied career. He apparently started in the Rainbow Room, which I'm not even sure if it's still there. It's gone through several iterations in Wildwood when he was 15. So we're working on this. We're working on some great people for the next chance when we get together. Now, I put up on Twitter my Sunday message to the media and got a lot of positive response, a lot of people killing me on it, that what Tulsi Gabbard is alleging is certainly has more weight, if true, than even the Epstein files. And of course, I was in the forefront last week. We brought you people like Jeff Van Drew, who I think was really in service to the president by saying, we got to get to the bottom of this. We need more information, right? You remember that. And of course, what Epstein involved in, or at least Maxwell convicted of, and Epstein, is egregious beyond belief. But the point I was trying to make is the media going to cover what Tulsi Gabbard has put out, the allegation that they didn't like what the intelligence was telling them prior to the election in 2016 and even post the election, and they cooked up this elaborate, based on false intelligence reports, that Trump was a creature of the Russians. Now, here is more than Gabbard, and I'll play her in a moment. Here's Representative Byron Donalds. I really hope this guy becomes governor, as you know. We've had him on, interviewed him when I was in the spin room way back during the election. He lays out what this is about, the involvement of Obama, Brennan, Clapper, this Lisa Monaco seems to be a linchpin, who was the deputy in the Justice Department. Listen to what Byron Donalds says this is all about and why it's important.
How was it that this cabal of senior people in the Obama White House was able to convince so many people of this lie when they had no evidence whatsoever of it?
Well, they got away with it because once they leaked these false narratives and false reports, you had big media organizations who just went lock, stock, and barrel, did not fact check, did not go and do the extra work, did not do any due diligence whatsoever. They just followed and towed the company line. And then you have the deep careers in the intelligence community who either they were afraid of being fired or having their clearances revoked, or B, were so concerned about a Donald Trump presidency that they felt it was okay to concoct false information into the American people, into the body politic. So Anna is completely correct. There need to be arrests on this matter. People need to go to jail on this because this is about the republic. This is not about one president. It is about the presidency and the continuation of our country.
Absolutely. We'll play you a little bit more of Tulsi Gabbard with this. Of course, the argument is she's just doing that to deflect from Epstein. Well, I don't know about that. The media is not covering this that much anyhow. They just want to dismiss it. There's ample documents here, and there are ample people with a motive on this stuff that we've seen play out. I've joked about this. Remember the classic, the stuff that was put out, and this was Russian propaganda, that they wanted to have a meeting, miners for Trump, like coal miners for Trump, and have it at Marconi Plaza. Yeah, down near the Columbus statue in South Philly. The miners for Trump are going to be meeting. Just preposterous stuff. So was there some of this tried? We know that they probably bought time on Facebook, $30,000. Minuscule. This report was actually saying they were heavily involved. They were inside this. They've got traction. And essentially, that's what put Trump over the top. That's not what put Trump over the top. The country, read The Great Revolt, Selena Zito, and take a look at Hillary Clinton. And that's why we had President Trump in 2016. All right, I'm coming to your calls. Got a couple things going on, including we can put a man on the moon, but, and you heard Dan's, he's loaded with them today. We want yours. Get your name into the hat now. Only 2 days this week. From the shore, I'll be off the rest of the week. So if you get your name into the hat today or tomorrow, you can be the winner with the drawing tomorrow, okay? On these short weeks, you got a much better chance. So it ought to be really competitive today and tomorrow. 855-839-1210. Hey, get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and so much more. To order, just call them. 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. You'll speak to a Rescue product consultant or shop online, res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure and cholesterol to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. res-q.com. Do it today.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
This is the energy of space and sound. With 3 rows of premium seating, this is the 7-passenger Acura MDX. This is the energy of innovation. Acura, precision-crafted performance.
Visit Piazza Acura in Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester today.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles? Comment tu t'appelles? Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
When you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
If something happens to you, what happens to your family? Will they struggle financially? Will they be able to afford the home you built together? With Ethos, you can get life insurance coverage in minutes. Get up to $2 million in coverage for as little as $2 a day. All online with no medical exam. Just answer a few health questions. Get your free quote at ethos.com/life. That's ethos.com/life. Rates may vary. Billed monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/facts or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today. At 1210 WPHT.
Hey, do that. Dom Giordano here on Talk Radio 1210, 855-839-1210. Side question today. We put a man on the moon. Stop the conspiracies, right? Phil did a great job with that theme over the weekend on his music show. And I'm asking, we can put a man on the moon, but we can't seem to what? David in Lexington. Hey, David, good afternoon. What can't we do?
I'll tell you what, we can put a man on the moon, but we cannot get wives to decide where to eat dinner.
Yes, and down here is that biggest occasion we have of the year. You know, we go out many nights a week down here at the shore, David.
Yeah.
And we have a list of our top 10, but,
right.
You know, I suggest a dartboard. We just throw a dart, wherever it lands, that's where we're going.
That's a good way of doing it, but yeah, they cannot decide. It'll never happen.
That is a very good one. So, David, while you're here, what do you think of what Tulsi Gabbard has revealed?
He's gone.
Oh, okay. Thanks, David. 855-839-1210. Let's go to, we got a special guest coming up, so I'll go in the next hour. More calls coming up here. Wouldn't be fair. I have to cut you at this point. Also, story today, the Tulsi Gabbard thing tells us one thing. A story today at the Federalist, after colluding with the National School Board Association. Do you remember this? It is one of the most outrageous things that we've seen. The Biden administration got them to produce a letter calling for a crackdown on parents who just were concerned and wanted to speak up at school board meetings. Biden DOJ officials rushed to draft a memo to weaponize the federal government against those parents. Email show. I'll give you that. We'll talk with the people here at the Wildwood Convention. Boy, they got a lot of great stuff going on. And we'll take your calls on the side question and everything else. Big 1 o'clock hour on Talk Radio 1210.
It's the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Up to 20% off any Hyundai stock. New Santa Fe, Tucson, Delantras, anyone you can rock. Come on down, we'll do the rest.
Hi, it's John Ashdale, the Car Czar from Colonial Hyundai. We've partnered with Hyundai for our largest event of the summer, the Colonial Hyundai Fest. Save up to 20% off any new Hyundai in stock. That's a savings of up to $10,000. Over 200 vehicles to choose from in stock, from new Santa Fe's, Tucsons, Elantras, and more. And 0% financing is available on any new Hyundai in stock. Plus, I'll give you $6,500 for your trade, no matter the condition, guaranteed, only at Colonial. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty, a 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain, and Hyundai Assurance. Shop us online 24/7 at colonialhyundai.com. Colonial Hyundai, the faster, easier, better way to buy a Hyundai.
Stock vehicles only. Tax and tax additional offers cannot be combined. See dealer for full details. Offer expires July 31st, 2025.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family owned, American made, and tariff proof, so your remodel stays on budget. Enjoy 24 months same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Everybody was pressuring me and Michael and David, so we did commit to riding next year.
July 21st, yes. Grab this tape because we're going to hold you accountable for this.
And Michael and David.
They're going to take one of those bikes you get on the boardwalk.
Yeah. Believe me, Michael and David could, you know what I mean? When you're like in high school and college, it's like
they're
not
pedal you.
Yeah.
You sit back in like the lounge area.
Yep.
Yeah, right?
You could stream something, sip an Arnold Palmer, and let the boys pedal you.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is time. By the way, congratulations to the morning team. I know it was over 23,000. I didn't see the final number. Amazing, the fundraising, the fun of it, and just the grit. Still, to me, it's unbelievable. to reach that goal. So hopefully, we'll get Nick on to relive it. He seems to think it's relatively easy. I just don't see it that way. All right, joining us, because big things are happening here in Wildwood, where I'm headquartered today, is Lou Belasco, who's the executive director. Lou, is that the official title? Executive Director of the Wildwood Tourism and Fun and Games.
That is correct, Don.
Well, Lou, first of all, thank you for making that journey over to Mulligan's when we were down here for Dom Giordano Day. I know it was kind of crowded and difficult to get there toward the front, but we're going to be coming back in August, and you're one of our top invitees. We want to get you on there in person. And there's
fantastic.
Yeah, there certainly is the aftermath. We were down here at that time. This has become an internationally known event, the country and western, and we saw it even more this year. The uniform, particularly of women. You know that it's that weekend on the streets. Suddenly, you can find a parking space and all that type of stuff. Suddenly, though, it is enormous. I just saw a bagel place with a line of like 80 people there on Atlantic Avenue. It's amazing.
Yes, it really has been almost the addition of another holiday weekend here in the Wildwoods, and we're able to celebrate some of our southern and country culture, and all of a sudden every Boardwalk T-shirt shop is selling cowboy hats. It's really just a lot of fun, and people really get into it. And we welcome close to 120,000 concert goers over the course of those 4 days.
Wow!
And everybody just has a great time. Even speaking with the public safety officials, the crowd is so well behaved, and everybody's just here for the right reasons. It's a wonderful, wonderful event. If nobody's been down for it, they should really come down and see the show.
Well, so much so, you told me that this is often gifted as a Christmas gift, a ticket to this. It's that hot of an item.
Oh yeah. My sons have gotten tickets to Barefoot Country Music Festival for Christmas for the past 3 years now.
Yeah, great stuff. So now we're into the middle of Wildwood, tail end, even though you and I have talked how many months Wildwood is added to the schedule. I'm thinking of Irish Weekend, one of the biggest events imaginable here. But what in the remainder of July and early August, what are we going to see here in the Wildwoods?
Well, we still have a lot going on here, inclusive of the Wildwoods Convention Center. Will be hosting the Harlem Globetrotters this week, the 22nd to the 25th. We have a lot of great midweek concerts that go on that are free to the public. And, of course, the boardwalk and the beach are open every day and just jam-packed. And the really nice thing for any listeners that may have not quite had their summer vacation yet, you come down here and visit us midweek, and you'll find some much more affordable hotel rates and short-term rental rates. And a lot more free aspects that we can offer you during the week. Weekends are still really crowded, so if you can make it down during the week, it's a great time to come visit us. And it'll all culminate after we have the Globetrotters in here. We'll have some baseball on the beach in August, and they have a big Greek festival at the end of the season, the last weekend in August. And that all leads us up to our newest addition to the events lineup, which would be Wildwood's Thunder Over the Waves Air Show, which is happening the weekend after Labor Day, September 5th and 6th. Free for everybody to watch along the boardwalk. We're going to be tapping into the boardwalk announcement system and having the show announcer broadcast across all 2 miles of the boardwalk, making viewing and listening available to all. We'll also be broadcasting through an app for those that may be off of the boardwalk. Maybe they want to get a little closer to the action. Have some VIP seating areas. It's shaping up to be a really great event. We've had a lot of excitement. We're going to get some jet teams in here and some aerobatic teams. We got 2 MiG-17s They're going to come in, do a little simulated dog fight. It's going to be a really great time, really nice family event, and a lot to do in the Wildwoods. Summer is not over. It's not over till we say it's over. Irish Weekend's the good one to. Irish Weekend's the good one to highlight because we're not even out of the official summer until we get through Irish Weekend. It's September 21st, that third weekend in September. We're still in summer, so
it's one of the great times to come down to the shore too. More space, not quite as crowded, but still those weekends, a lot going on and great value. It's just expanded the season and added holidays like the Barefoot Country Festival has added that. We are just you got an icon here too with the air show that you guys have moved in and I think are going to go all out to kind of polish it and make it what it once was, which is a huge event.
Yeah, we're really looking forward to it. We're partnering up with the military branches, having them come in and give some expertise to this. And, we have the Army Golden Knights this year that'll be parachuting in for the beginning of the show and right in the middle of the show. We look forward to growing our event with the Air Force and the Navy in years to come. It's really going to be an amazing thing and a great way to salute those that serve our military and those that just want to come and observe the wonderful expertise and equipment that our military is able to demonstrate.
Without a doubt, Lou. It's great stuff, and I get to have a great seat here and see this. Even weddings, when I came in today, you were generous enough, I'm in the conference room. There was a little bit of a reminder of a wedding, and I heard that, the bride and groom used the ballroom with everybody else, and then they come here for a final drink or whatever before they go off to Wedded Bliss. I didn't know you did weddings here.
Oh, we do it all. We try to accommodate everybody that comes to us. That was a major wedding that went on over the course of this weekend. People love to have stuff on our back deck where you overlook the ocean and the dunes. We'll have to maybe set you up out there one day when it's not quite as hot and you can broadcast from out there.
Oh, definitely. Next time I'm down here in August, I don't care about the heat. That's a great setting. Absolutely.
Oh, good.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll put you back there, and you can describe to your listeners what a great view you have.
And you can sit in for an hour on official business, killing two birds with one stone, getting a tan, and also official business.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's why I suggested it.
All right, Lou. Thank you, Lou, very much. And again,
right,
I'll let you know when we are back in Mulligan's in August. We want to get you in there and your commentary. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, the sauce gravy debate created a massive turnout. I was barely even able to get through the front door.
Well,
I'm not sure if it was the sauce gravy or if it was just Dom Giordano Day that brought that many people out. But I live around the corner from Mulligan's, and that was about the most amount of people I'd seen in there all summer.
Well, thank you, Lou. Where do you come down on the debate? Do you have an official, unofficial position?
I have an unofficial position. My unofficial position is going to have to be sauce.
Oh, boy. And you're Wildwood your entire life, this area?
Yes.
Ah, okay. See, we're trying to map out where the train of thought comes from. All right, that's okay. We welcome the sauce people.
Yeah, let
Absolutely.
me know. I would love to know the results of that.
Well, the sauce people won. We ran out of ballots.
Really?
Yeah. It was that, as you said, the crowd that was there, and we printed up a lot. We ran out of ballots, and they won by about 25%.
Woo! Wow. I am surprised.
I am. I thought it would be within a vote or two, Lou, but we got something else we're cooking up. I'll tell you about soon.
Great. I look forward to seeing you in
Thank
August.
you, Lou, very much. Thanks for the invite. I'd love to do that, too. If we can arrange that, I'm down for that. Thank you, Lou.
Okay. All right. Take care.
Lou Belasco here from the Wildwood Convention Center and Tourism. There is so much going on here to take advantage of. By the way, people do not stop sending me stuff. That's okay. Mainly it was a gravy people this time. Where we rent, we're friends. They had a restaurant, cousin of theirs in the past. He gifted me with this Sweatshirt that everybody in the restaurant wore, the servers and all. Well, sort of a sweatshirt. It's gravy, not sauce. And somebody sent me a great thing from Dante and Luigi's. And in there, they describe their manigat, they describe other dishes, and when they come to the key spot, they say, in our gravy, with our gravy, not our sauce. Thank you, Dante and Luigi's. Fine, big-time Italian restaurants in the heart of South Philly. Thank you for that. All right, 855-839-1210. Hit me on the side question, which is, we put a man on the moon. Anniversary, yesterday? Hit us with something we can't seem to do. We'll get Henry's coming up, and I'll give you the details. Remember when they went after parents and the school board thing? And boy, the world of sports. President Trump saying, let's get rid of Commanders, let's get rid of Guardians, let's go back to Redskins. And I'll explain why he gets involved in these things. Dom Giordano Show, 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zeoli. I want you to join me for our next Politics and Pints with my special guest, Fox News superstar Giordano Caldwell, Thursday, July 31st, 7:30 p.m. Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Easy to get to. Jersey people, easy to get to. It's going to be a great night, but tickets are going to sell out. I don't want you to miss this. One night only. Just go to 1210WPHT.com. Get your tickets now. Politics and Pints with me and Giordano Caldwell, July 31st, 1210WPHT.com.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
Hi, Dawn Stensland here. You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all siding. So whether you want fiber cement siding or maybe vinyl, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. Siding is not just for curb appeal. It also acts as that protective barrier against harsh weather of all seasons. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding completes every project with such care, such precision, and they also go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles and options that best fit your home and your budget. Don't put this off. Take advantage, 20% off today. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. They also offer 18-month interest-free financing. Call or text 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Miss any of the Dom Giordano program? Download and follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app.
Okay, it is Dom time. 855-839-1210. You get on board. Side question today. A simple one. Hit us with they can put a man on the moon, but they can't what? All right, over the weekend, we saw a lot of sports stories, one with President Trump involved. And there's sports stories mixed in, of course, with big-time money and a lot of other things associated with it. And President Trump weighing in again, and what provoked it? Well, I guess they're getting closer to the deal for the new stadium with your Washington team, your Washington Commanders, your Washington Redskins. And it started the whole thing off again. So President Trump gets engaged in these things because it's the same thing we saw during the election. They're received not as just about a sports team, about the Redskins, but they're received as another battle in these cultural things that plays out. There's any number of them at any point that can play out. And I would say, isn't it amazing that in talk radio, now I follow not religiously the WNBA because I like basketball, and there's several players I've liked, despite the limitations. But when Caitlin Clark got involved and the WNBA, the obvious racial divide, the obvious stuff going on, it may have lessened a little bit now, a little hard to say, but that first year, certainly it was prevalent. So here you have over the weekend, and I'll play you a cut of this ESPN host, Ellie Duncan, I think a former player, making a joke about the lack of defense in the WNBA game, All-Star game. But a number in the warm-ups, at least, were wearing shirts saying that you have to pay them for what they provided, they produced. Now, the bottom line is, by any account that I can find, the WNBA loses tremendous amounts of money. The NBA does this as a PR branch, call it what you will, and I believe the salary is $78,000, okay? Caitlin Clark in endorsements is making tens of millions, or at least somewhere around there. So this idea with the WNBA to pay them for what they produced is what we talked about with Colbert the other day. I saw a report over the weekend that claims that in several years, the Colbert show, the CBS late night show, operated at a $40 million a year loss for years. I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have guessed they were making money, not like Johnny Carson, not the heyday of it. We know 100 reasons why late night TV shows have lost audience, have lost power, etc., to make the news. Internet, social media, people just watching clips, streaming, bad comedians, not funny, all those things. But if Colbert's show really was losing that amount of money, then you see the back and forth with the president. You see what Gutfeld's doing. I mean, it's stunning. And over the weekend, big piece on Gutfeld that I kind of bought into at Mediaite, talking about Gutfeld, and he's only got a smallish staff of about 20 for the whole thing. These other shows, as I told you, they're enormous. And that tight-knit group gets a sense of Gutfeld. We had several callers the other day that talked about why they find it funny, or if not funny in just a comedic style, funny with an appeal to be the counter to what you get anywhere else. And it does have elements that work, without a doubt. Just like the Five works incredibly well. They tag people in and out. They don't have the same 5 people there in the beginning that they had, so you can't say it's just the people. There's something about that on Fox, though. Roe loves it. For the casual viewer, that's different. Fox knows how to do these things. And Gutfeld is enormous versus what we're seeing with Colbert and others. But a $40 million, if it's anywhere near that, that is enormous. All right, so here is Ellie Duncan, L. Duncan, making a joke about lack of defense. Remember, these are all females, female commentators, about the WNBA All-Star game, which I didn't watch, but based upon our comments, it's like the NBA game, little or no defense. It's just not in the game to do that. Listen to what she said.
Season long. So, all right. Yeah. Well, again, we hope it gets 2-point game for Team Collier. That's a walk-off. Sabrina Ionescu, there she is from the 4-point circle. Second half action from Gainbridge Fieldhouse. Tips after this.
Al, you're in timeout.
Okay, done.
All right, so she's in timeout. In other words, women going off to Cancun, bunch of women, girls going off to Cancun. I haven't seen them take any response. I thought it was a pretty clever line to be thrown in there.
And that's typically not what I'd expect from Elle Duncan, honestly. She's usually pretty buttoned up about what she says on the air, so it's a good joke on her part.
Yeah, it was. It gets at the idea of how little defense is there, but oh, my God. All right, so that's one from the weekend. Then you had the Trump thing with the Redskins. Then you had the WNBA and pay us more money. This is a YouTube alert, youtube.com/1210WPHT. This is EA Sports. It's brief, but look at the players celebrating, how they're celebrating either scoring or winning. Yep, the YMCA Trump dance.
Young man, there's a place you can go. I said, young man, when you're short on your dough, you can stay there, and I'm sure you will find many ways.
All right, so again, the Trump dance, how this has become the go-to. EA Sports, at least at the college level, I don't know if they've done anything like it at pro level, they've dropped that in. And that brings me to the fact, and again, we had so much stuff going on in the first hour, we are at the 6-month mark. It's easy to say, I did Newsmax today, and we're talking about the 6-month mark, and I talked just about the pace of it. And I try to give an idea of a talk radio station. In the past, there might be times when you heard of this or that or other that wasn't live and present at that moment. No more. I mean, since the shooting in Gettysburg on a weekend, it's overwhelming, the demand, the pace, and everything else associated with it. And it truly does, even if you are in opposition to some of what Trump has been engaged in, it is ferocious. I think it's much more activist than even FDR. Now, FDR had, and FDR and Trump have a lot in common in that FDR was an improviser. He tried something. If it didn't work, he did something else. A lot of it, I think, did not work. A lot of it was dictatorial with the New Deal when you read it closely. But when you look at what Trump has engaged in, how many fields at once, and he's picking these spots that resonate with people, like the Redskins. Now, I haven't seen the most recent polling. If you are with particular groups, they're going to be appalled. We're still talking about this. Remember Neshaminy, the student activist editors there at Neshaminy were hell-bent. And the Bucks County Courier-Times, they were not going to report it as Redskins. They were just going to say Neshaminy. We went through this so long ago, but it still festers, and now there's some leverage. What I like about it is this. I like anybody that has any kind of leverage over the NFL in any way, shape, or form. I realize the dominance of the NFL. Ray Didinger sent an email to Dan. You know, he'd like to come on, start a football season. We love Ray Didinger, beyond belief. He's going to be on tomorrow at 1. So we'll talk Eagles football. We'll talk some of the developments, tush push, etc. But the enormity of it is fine. It's obvious. With all of its flaws, this is the product that America wants. It has surpassed anything out there. And each year in the Philadelphia area, I think this year's even bigger than last year. It is beyond enormous, the spin-offs and everything associated with it. But that brings the NFL into dictating all kinds of things. Now, some of them you could say, well, if you don't like it, too bad. But you got to realize the NFL is not purely capitalistic. It gets all kinds of various breaks or deals that are made, like with this stadium, where there's money or resources that are outside just Josh Harris or somebody saying, I'm going to build a stadium, I'll just spend all my money, or et cetera. There's all kinds of things that have to go into this to make it happen. And that's what Trump is talking about here. Now, is he actually going to be able to get the NFL to call it Redskins again? I don't think so. Will he then balk at what they want to do in Washington with the stadium? Well, that'll be interesting to see exactly what he does on it. But it's a play that constantly reminds people of, various elements out there that the government has some leverage on in some way, shape, or form. And he's constantly pushing his people to drill down and to figure out what the leverage is. Harvard today, as an example. Harvard was in court today trying to reclaim or stop the pause on $2 billion that Trump is holding up. You saw what happened with Penn. I think it was $175 million or thereabouts. They not only got out of the Leah Thomas business, they gave back the records to the rightful people, the women who won those swimming records. And they're being killed by it in progressive and liberal circles, but they were right. My point being, Trump gets it. There are a lot of elements in society that are using government funding or government force or government help to get to some goal, be it the Ivy League. And the free ride is over during these next 3.5 years, meaning he is going to try to find any nexus that he can, any law, statute, or framework to push back. It does two things. People like it. It's the right thing to do. And they like it that he's being aggressive against all these figures. So I thought I'd ask this. Rather than just an accomplishment, that's all true. Big, beautiful Bill, Lake and Riley, we can go through them, right? Who is it that you really like deep down? Come on, admit it. You're cheering on when Trump is leveraging government, social media, his own time with the media at the White House to push back on. What entity? For me, I mentioned the NFL. Yeah, I really like that. But I particularly like, given my background, big college. Going after them. You can't go after them enough. I think they have to be more methodically about college cost. I know they're trying to do something on that. They have lectured the rest of us, indoctrinated, raked in big money, been just an arm of the Democrat Party, and in many instances, at least in gray areas, if not just outright, they attack America. That's what they're about. And yet they reap untold rewards for all this. And they keep on jacking up prices, unbelievably. So my vote 6 months in, that's the area that I particularly like. You may have one, 855-839-1210. There are at least 20 major targets where Trump, and again, sometimes it's just to force the bully pulpit. Sometimes, though, it's telling his people, let's find every lever that we can of government. That's how Democrats would use it. And let's push back. Now, with Tulsi, we're going to see what happens here with the Brennan-Obama collusion. She said yesterday, Maria Bartiromo, that she's referring this to Pam Bondi and the Justice Department. So, man, Pam Bondi's under a lot of pressure. Is Pam Bondi going to try to prosecute? I will bet that she will. We'll see, though. I mean, there's a lot of pressure here. But this Washington Redskins thing, other than Trump blowing off steam, the Joshua Harris, the stadium, the whole thing coming up, there's a broader policy, if you will, even though he's not sitting there every day checking it, which is any entity that's using the government, even Elon Musk at this point, some pushback on cutting various Musk programs, spacecraft, stuff of that nature, that it's enormous, the winners that the federal government chooses. NFL would be an example. Sure, America wants that product. But would they make as much? Would they be able to do whatever they wanted if they didn't have that ability to kind of bypass any number of things? That's the point I'm making. Will they change back to the Redskins? Man, the odds would be just, and I saw on Fox today, a guy who played on some Super Bowl team who was Native American saying, what's the big deal? You're going to hear what the big deal is. I mean, I would be shocked if we even got into a debate on this. But does Trump have something that's going to make it difficult to build, and he also brought in the Cleveland Indians. He did kind of bypass and go to the guy who heads it and said he's run for office and lost several times. He ought to try not calling it the Guardians. He ought to call it the Cleveland Indians again. The Washington Redskins is the main one, though. That's where the action is. All right, phone lines are 855-839-1210. Coming to your calls, 855-839-1210. And I'll get to this whole thing with the Biden administration not only colluding with the National School Board Association. Remember this, and we still haven't gotten to the bottom of some of the innards of it. There's more out there today of how they plan to go after parents who are just trying to speak, and they're calling them domestic terrorists at school board meetings. 855-839-1210.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC-insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on costs, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
At PGW, safety is essential to delivering clean, reliable natural gas to Philadelphia homes and businesses. If you smell gas, call PGW at 215-235-1212.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. Scott Presler with some big news here on Pennsylvania at 2 o'clock. Did you see him with Laura Trump on Saturday night? They finally played his segment. He made a great point in there. We'll get to that with 2 o'clock. We got Dom's Money Melody for a big prize today. 4 tickets to the Philadelphia Eagles training camp, public practice. People love this. Just what I was talking about. It's a practice. We're talking practice. On Sunday, August 10th, 6:30 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field. This event will benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation. All right, so we'll have that around 2:13, 2:14 today. Let's go to Robert in Bensalem. Hey, Robert. Yo, Robert.
Yes, hello.
Hi, Robert.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm good to talk to you and Dan today. Before I start, Dom, I was driving home yesterday listening to your show from 6 to 7, Reading, Writing, and Reason.
Yes.
And that was a great show. Good interviews, great show. I'll be tuning in on Sundays at that time from now on.
Oh, Robert, thank you. Coming from you, very much. Thank you.
Well, it's a huge issue, man, and we need all the voices we can get on education of our kids. That's why I'm glad that they included school choice in the big, beautiful bill. I think that'll start a revolution in education. And that, to my point about it's hard to pick one thing about the Trump administration because he's doing a full court press on about 15 different fronts, negotiating with literally hundreds of entities, and he's making positive change in a way that I have never. It's unbelievable what I'm seeing with this guy. You know what I mean? And
well, I would agree. And even people on the left, the ones that are reasonable, are saying, yeah, we got a lot to contend with here because these are really things that people want. They're working, like the no tax on tips. We're going to see these things play out big time. But for me, when he challenges big college using the levers of government and telling these people to drill down even more, the free ride they've gotten with government and overcharging and mocking, middle-class flyover country, it's over. They're on $2 billion. Even Harvard has to pay attention to that.
And when he's gone, that agenda will live on. We no longer need a plan. We now have a blueprint, Dom, and I'm thrilled about that.
You know what? That's the bumper sticker. J.D. Vance, I don't need a plan. I just need a blueprint here. There you go.
Then we have one, right? Well, for my answer to the side question, I know it's low-hanging political fruit, but we can send a man to the moon, but we can't figure out who left the cocaine in the White House, even though we had the CIA, the FBI, the Secret Service, and it's in the most surveilled room on the face of the planet. Them knuckleheads couldn't figure it out. And that's my answer for today.
That is a great one. I look at their genius, though, in covering it up if it is Hunter Biden's. But you're right. We could put a man on the moon. But with all those things going on, how's it possible that we don't know who it is?
We do know, but they didn't want to tell us.
Exactly.
It was lost in the ante room outside of the war room. And in the ante room, they all have to check in their electronic gear and their phones. That's what them little lockers are for.
Yes.
So they have on tape who used that locker, but they just don't want to say, I guess. But you guys have a great day.
All right, thanks,
awesome
Robert.
Show.
That's a contender. Scott Presler moved to 2:30. I don't know what he's up to, but usually something big when we move him back. All right, that's the side question. We can put a man on the moon, but we can't what? That and 6 months in, what's the entity? What's the front that Trump is fighting that he takes on that gives you a charge, that tells you, yes. As I said, with this Redskins thing, this is cut 6. YouTube, this is Mr. Potato Head, Brian Stelter, who's back at CNN. Listen to what he says about Trump. It's sort of a criticism, sort of a compliment in this, about Trump trying to revert to the Redskins name.
Kevin hit the nail on the head there when he said, file this under something Trump can talk about that's not the Epstein files. Why is that what this is about? Why he's kind of randomly going in on this issue right now?
Listen, I grew up in a Redskins household. I care a lot about this. And here's the thing about distractions. A lot of things that President Trump does can be labeled distractions. I kind of dispute that, though, because they're all also important. You know, every time the President of the United States weighs in on something, it matters. And so, yes, he might want you to look over here and not over there, but it is still relevant. And this is best explained as part of Trump's effort to take back cultural power as well as political power in his second term. If you look back at his first term, he was much less focused on cultural power, whether it's the Kennedy Center or the commanders. So he's using his energy in this way. And it reminds me of what Peter Baker wrote in the New York Times a couple of weeks ago. He said, "It's become evident that Mr. Trump simply prefers things the way he remembers them from his youth or even before that." Maybe it's that simple, Jessica, but I also think he's showing his base that he's on their side, even if he can't actually force these name changes to happen. And hey, only 7 Sundays until regular season kickoff of the NFL.
Boy, Stelter, you know, he's bouncing all over the place, but giving credit to Trump. Base, he's on your side. Well, I think the angle I added to it is that he's transactional beyond belief. He looks at this and says, how are all these wokeisms up in the Kennedy Center, for example, up and down the line? How'd they get away doing what they're doing and yet having government bulldoze their way, resources, money, move this contract, environmental study? They don't have to do it. And the Redskins are a part. He actually said the word Redskins. He said, I grew up in a Redskins family. He didn't say a Washington. I can't say the name anymore. Wow. I thought that was, he also, only 7 weeks away. So taking on an entity like the NFL or some wokeism in sports, there is a ledge here, the stadium. It's not completely random, but Trump does go completely random if the mood strikes him. By the way, I played some of it talking with Dan at the top of the show. I'm going to play you a little bit at 2 o'clock. A couple of the things that Hunter Biden got into. He did an interview 3 hours with this guy Callahan, who has done some good work around drugs, particularly over here in Kensington. And he went off, and he's just, as much as he's juvenile, infantile, Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden, when we hear about privilege, the left drops white privilege. They just say privilege, meaning we know it's white and all that stuff. He is the face of entitlement. He is it. And yet they threw themselves on the tracks to defend him up and down the line. Constantly. But he unleashes on the immigration problem and basically talking about all the people that provide for him, do his work, clean up after him. Can you imagine if he doesn't have that? If people that are here illegally are not providing all that. That's his thought process. How in the world do we have people talking about that, and yet this guy is allowed to walk through life in the manner that he did, and the laptop that was protected before the election, all the things that are still going forward, still being litigated. So it's going to be interesting to see if Pam Bondi does move on what Tulsi Gabbard has given her. The idea being that the conspirators during and after the election conspired to change the intelligence report to up the ante, saying that the Russians were intimately involved and essentially put Trump over the top, which then led to the Steele dossier and everything else. And when you hear the trail of people that were involved in this, some of them, at least one, is a judge that has been trying to prevent Trump's presidential power on illegal immigration in El Salvador. There's plenty there to at least take a look at. I still like Pam Bondi. I don't want to see her, have to constantly be weighing stuff that's very, very difficult. She still has Epstein, even though I have to say, in my view, that has calmed a little bit. And Scott Jennings is right to report that the president's polling numbers are high, particularly among Republicans. Now, that doesn't mean, though, Scott, if I had him here, that people still don't want answers to it. But I think they're rallying around the president and saying, really, Wall Street Journal? Does that sound like Trump? Does that sound like Trump drawing this stuff? Does that sound like Trump using the word enigma? It does not. doesn't pass the smell test. Well, didn't they ask themselves? Didn't they do even an AI research to see patterns and language that Trump has used? It doesn't. It doesn't pass. Trump is very cagey when it comes to stuff like that. So I don't see this meeting that kind of test. If they have the letter, if they can produce it, that it's authentic, let's see if they're going to produce it. All right, phone lines, 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210.
What does it take to heal? What does it take to heal a nation? That's what we attempt to answer at the next Politics and Pints. Rich Cioli hosts a powerful evening with Fox News political commentator Giordano Caldwell, author of the memoir, The Day My Brother Was Killed. Be at the Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, Thursday, July 31st. Get all the details and your VIP tickets now at 1210WPHT.com. 1210WPHT.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, where their focus is on you. Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience with a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Home title theft. It's on the rise, and it's devastating if it happens to you. Listen to the alarming words of an actual home title thief.
I don't need to know your date of birth and social security number. All I have to do is go to public records, create a document, and file that document. And then I can borrow against the house or sell the house. You may have no clue until you find out that your house has been sold or till several loans or several banks are foreclosing on you.
For pennies a day, Home Title Lock puts a virtual barrier of protection around your home's title with 24/7 monitoring. The instant they detect any tampering, you'll get an alert, and that's bad news for home title thieves. So when's the last time you checked on the title to your home? Find out if you're already a victim with your free title scan and complete title report. $100 value free with sign up. Just go to HomeTitleLock.com and sign up in minutes. That's HomeTitleLock.com. HomeTitleLock.com.
Free speech lives here on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Tom Giordano's show. Ellen DeGeneres saying she's moved to England, to Great Britain, the UK because of Trump. We know about Rosie. It's amazing. We're going around and around and around here and seeing more and more people that are just leaving the country because of President Trump. All righty, it's 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Over the weekend, and it didn't, it's not an anniversary that jumps out at you anymore. Phil on the morning show was talking to me on Friday. We were out there. He was putting together his boy. What he goes through the music show, a labor of love. It's unbelievable. Great stuff he does in the mornings too. And he mentioned, and it dawned on me, yes, it's the anniversary of the man on the moon, walking on the moon. And it occurred to me we have never asked this on the side question. Simple one. We can put a man on the moon, but we can't seem to what? 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. I mentioned that another collusion mystery coming forward over the weekend. Remember way back when the outrage, when the National School Board Association, colluding with the Biden administration, produced a letter calling for a crackdown on concerned parents. And they actually asked in the letters, I remember it, that we needed the National Guard, the FBI, the CIA, the U.S. Army to come to school board meetings because people were saying, enough of this. We didn't get a chance to talk. This whole idea, you just talk for 2 minutes, a buzzer goes off, you sit down, nobody responds to you, nothing is done. It's a sham. And they got pretty fired up, and people were called domestic terrorists, et cetera, around that. And that did not sit well. So as a result, America First Legal, our buddy Wally Zimmelong involved with them, Stephen Miller, documents obtained by them show that prior to the infamous October 4, 2021 domestic terrorist memo from former Attorney General Merrick Garland, staff were looking for any possible way to go after parents concerned with coronavirus mandates, critical race theory, DEI, and transgender policies. Those were the big three that people were concerned about. Here's the big line here. We're aware the challenge here is finding a federal hook. They were looking for a federal hook, an Associate Deputy Attorney General wrote, trying to manufacture a way to respond to a teed-up letter. So they get this National School Board Association to tee the ball up, to send them this letter, and then they're looking for a federal way to act on this, to bring in federal forces. And, my mind immediately goes to something like Mark Houck. Remember, this little kerfuffle he had at the abortion clinic with a guy and his Mark's son was something that Larry Krasner didn't even charge anybody with. And yet, on a Sunday morning, heavily armed men, a lot of them, and state police showed up at his home in Montgomery County, arrested him in front of his 7 kids with guns drawn in that kind of manner to say, hey, this is what's going to happen to you if you dare, under the so-called FACES Act, if you dare challenge any of this. That's the message. He's going to win a big settlement. He last time he was on, he talked about this is coming to a head, and I think rightfully so, he's going to win a big settlement, but it is still traumatic. Even for a warrior like him and his kids, you can imagine, and his wife, what that was like to be under that kind of fire. This is what they're about. And they were labeling parents, many of whom call me, many of whom we've had on, we know, these school board meetings, domestic terrorists. They were looking for a federal hook to then get them with federal forces. That's the point. That's the point that I think this is about, that we're now seeing the emails have been released that prove this. Now, what's the value of doing it after this? Well, it makes our case. This is what the left, this is what Biden, this is what Merrick Garland, this is what these guys are about. And that's why anytime they're in power, you have to worry about this usage of the federal government. Looking for a federal hook. That's where we're going. All right, big 2 o'clock hour. We got Dom's Money Melody. Got a great prize today. Scott Presler's got some big news on what's happening here in Pennsylvania. Can Pennsylvania say in the next 6 months, can Pennsylvania actually flip from blue to red by registration? He thinks it's possible. So does the head of the Pennsylvania Republicans. I like their thinking here. When you look at active versus inactive voters, we're getting very, very close. What's going on in Jersey? We haven't talked about that in a while. and Pressler was on with Laura Trump. So we'll unpack all that with Scott. Love to get you in, though. Only 2 days this week with me, so tomorrow we'll have another side question. Whoever are the two winners, your name goes into the hat, and about 2:55 or 2:54 tomorrow, we'll draw the winner, and you get a $50 gift card probably to Gallows right up there. Thank you, Jim Harvey. All right, jump in, 855-839-1210.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
My computer is horribly slow.
Oh, really? I thought smoke was a new feature on that model.
Dude, my whole business is on this thing.
Sounds like you need Computrex. We just started using them. They're amazing. They really know their stuff.
Computrex, affordable IT solutions for businesses with 200 employees or less. We handle automatic updates, secure backups, fast remote support, on-site help, and industry-leading cybersecurity.
I'm calling Computrex.
Visit ComputrexForYou.com. That's Computrex, the number 4, the letter U.com, or call 610-415-0539.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep, our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road-ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered by ZenWork. Use code RADIO at checkout for 20% off your first filing. Only at 2290.ai. That's 2290.ai. With code RADIO at checkout for 20% off. 2290.ai.
Hey, it's Rhea. Drive in style this summer with a new Lexus from Lexus of Cherry Hill during the Golden Opportunity Sales Event. With over 300 new and L-certified pre-owned Lexus vehicles, you'll find the perfect ride for your summer adventures. Veteran-owned, family-operated, an elite of Lexus dealer, and a 7-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Talk to Tony Labello and his team. They'll get you into the Lexus of your dreams with some of the best deals of the year.
For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com/US-DOE.
Attention, small business owners. Do you need funding for your business? At lendseek.com, we provide revenue-based working capital programs from $20,000 to $1 million. So whether it's funding for inventory, equipment, expansion, payroll, or other needs, seek no more. All it takes is just one simple application to access over 100 funding products that are powered through our breakthrough AI-enabled lending platform to get you the best options in today's marketplace. If you've been in business for at least 1 year with monthly revenue of at least $50,000, you could receive the business funding you need when it matters most, regardless of your personal credit score. Funds in your account in just 24 hours with no collateral, no prepayment penalties, and no restrictions on how you use the funds. There's no obligation and zero out-of-pocket costs. So apply for the business funding you need today at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Big 2 o'clock hour. We have Dom's Money Melody coming up, and we have also Scott Presler at 2 o'clock with a lot to report on. The side question today. Never have answered this one before. It's always a fun. I don't think it's been replaced. I think this is still the big one. Anniversary of the moon landing. Conspiracy theories aside. That's one of the most curious to deny that. They can put a man on the moon, but we can't what? You get in on that if you're the winner, and just let your mind run wild with that. Outside the box is good. Then we'll put your name into the hat, and we'll pick tomorrow, and you will go off to Gallows with a $50 gift card, which goes quite a ways at Gallows. All right, Hunter Biden, of all people. Now, he did the one interview the other day saying these disgraceful Democrats betrayed his father, yada, yada, yada. By the way, the Democrats are doing an autopsy of the 2024 election, of why they lost. And they're leaving out Biden and Kamala Harris, apparently. They're looking for other reasons. President Obama, this is cut 13, Henry, youtube.com/1210 WPHT. President Obama telling them, this guy's going to get in trouble, progressives made a mistake in talking about what's wrong with boys. Here's the president.
As quote unquote progressives, Democrats, progressive parents, enlightened ones, we've made that mistake sometimes in terms of our rhetoric, where it's like we're constantly talking about it, what's wrong with the boys instead of what's right with them. We rightly have tried to invest in girls to make sure that there's a level playing field, and then they're not barred from opportunities. But we haven't been as willing, I think, to be intentional about investing in the boys, and that's been a mistake. And all
right, there is the president telling us that mistake. Well, he's part of it. They all did this. Toxic masculinity, up and down the line. They don't want to change this. You know it, and I know it. They want to do one thing. What they're searching for is this. They're searching for how can they masquerade. Now, the guy I would tell them to go to, the greatest masquerader that I know, may have to do a side on that at some time, is Josh Shapiro. This guy masquerades as a moderate and all the rest of it. You know that listening to the show. He's none of that, and he's beatable. Go to Josh Shapiro. He'll tell you. Say, folks, start with the y'all stuff. How do you masquerade as more moderate on these things? We really want men. No men have seen this. Now, Trump just did a great job with the bro tour, even though I think a lot of those guys are suspect. They were useful idiots to get us over the finish line. And this deep dive of analysis of where did we go wrong with men? Where did you go wrong? You're hostile toward them. Think about that. Up and down the line, the last 20, 25 years. So, yes, Obama's right on paper, but they don't want to change on this. That's their core values. That's where they are. All right, speaking of which, here is Hunter Biden. Now, listen to this diatribe with all the F-bombs in here. He's on the show. This guy did a good job, and I realized get him on as a coup. His name is Callahan Podcast. And, this guy knows something about drug abuse, Kensington. I think he's done some nice work there, maybe. I don't know why else Hunter Biden came on. But listen to Hunter Biden, this genius, who is the epitome, the face of white privilege, entitlement, whatever you want to call it. It's this guy. I mean, this guy, if Eric Trump had done what this guy had done, that's all we'd ever hear every second of the day. Instead, we have to feel sorry for him. He's an addict. Look at the chances. Look at the money he's blown. Look at the people he's wronged and gotten addicted also. Not that they're not irresponsible adults. They ought to know better. But here's Biden on this Callahan guy breaking down, and listen to his synopsis of attacking those of us that think illegal immigration has just strained resources, resulted in all kinds of negativity. Not to Hunter Biden. He's warning you. Who's going to clean up your mess? That's all this guy's interested in. He's always had people clean up his mess his whole life. no matter what it is, up and down the line. Listen to Hunter Biden. Hunter.
Hold on, it's not working.
Yeah.
I don't know why it's
Okay,
not working.
Hunter's. Yeah, he was working this morning. He's tired. He needs a nap. All right, so he is talking on this Callahan show, and basically, as I said, making excuses that you're going to have to pick up after yourself. Who's going to watch your kids? Who's going to engage in all this? Up and down the line is the way we went with this. Okay, here's Hunter.
Illegal immigration, fuck you. For someone, am I going to be like all these Democrats say, you have to talk about and realize that people are really upset about illegal immigration. Fuck you. How do you think your hotel room gets cleaned? How do you think you got food on your fucking table? Who do you think?
All right, I gotta cut it there
All
for
right,
that.
well,
I didn't realize that wasn't.
Bleep it.
Yeah, no, we're good.
Okay.
We're good for that.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Let me know when we have this. So you get a little sense of it, where Biden is telling us, who's doing all these things for you. I wonder how many people listening have all these people that are here illegally doing all these things for you. No, this is a guy who has people do stuff for him, just about anything. What do you imagine a day with Hunter Biden is like even at this point? Even his glomming on and using the shield of addiction. Now, we've had people call in, and our admiration is second to none. I remember a guy who called in when this was coming up with Hunter Biden that wanted to get clean. It was hard to find a place and all that. We had all kinds of help, including Bill Devlin, jump in immediately to help him, and they got him to a place. I don't know whatever happened, but at least there was a shot. He wraps himself in this shield. Republicans are trying to drive him back to being an addict. No, I'm just trying to say that this guy needs a reckoning, a comeuppance. And this guy is a walking calendar, a walking face of progressive hypocrisy. We hear all the time about this stuff. It goes back to the mail thing. Yet, we're going to cut Hunter Biden a break. We're not going to allow Hunter Biden to be a victim here. All right, when we have that fully cut, just let me know, and we'll play you a little bit more. But that's the tenor of this. That's the way that this goes. This is where he's headed. Who's going to pick up after me? All righty, 855-839-1210. We can put a man on the moon, but we can't what? Let's go to Chuck in Philly. Chuck, you're with Dom on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Chuck, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Dom. I wanted to, if you could maybe comment, if not now, after you do some research, on a statement that was released. I heard it verbally on the news by Pope Leo XIV. Mm-hmm. He was addressing directly Bibi Netanyahu and the Israelis for a couple days ago, the bombing of the Catholic Church in Gaza,
right?
The killing and the seriously wounding of parishioners and seriously wounding the priest, the pastor. Nothing's on the news. The president hasn't addressed it. And you have Murphy's Law working here between the Ukraine and the Middle East. And if the president doesn't shake those two, Zelensky and Netanyahu, to settle it, I think you're going to have a chance of losing the Catholic vote for the midterm.
Well, wait a minute.
Murphy's
Okay,
Law.
let's talk about this. Why would he lose the Catholic vote? Because Netanyahu, something went awry there with the church in Gaza, which is chaotic and difficult, and they're fighting against Hamas. So you think Catholics are going to turn on Netanyahu and then the president because of that?
There is a very good chance, because this was not addressed at all that I know of at Sunday Masses, nor were prayers asked for the deceased and the wounded at that Catholic church in Gaza. The Catholic parishioners are thinking for themselves. The hierarchy is in disarray. They're fighting and arguing against each other over things and not taking care of not being shepherds of the flock.
All right, well, that I agree, Chuck.
Thank
you. Thank you, Chuck. No, I'm aware of the situation, but since he mentioned Netanyahu, look, The Middle East, we talk about it when it's a hot button. Stuff is still going on there now. They're fighting a difficult thing. You can imagine in Gaza trying to root out. Hamas is not going away easily. They're doing a good job of exterminating them. But caught in the middle of this are still people in Gaza, and this is an example of it. That's my response to this. I don't think Israel is being reckless. But here locally, I mentioned the Hall of Fame over in Cheltenham has 2 Netanyahus in there. And we're to be believed by Cheltenham and their alumni that the students there of this, shall we say, once academic oasis, which is now, I think, mediocre at best, Cheltenham, yeah, it is, suddenly seizing on this. They can't stand to see that picture of Netanyahu. I believe it's in the hallways, the Hall of Famers, in their school. Really? Is this, what is propelling this? Well, the propaganda that they get and the fact that rather than an academic oasis, I think Cheltenham has just more activism going on, want to make their mark. So I ask, who is in your Hall of Fame? And there's a lot of politics that goes into this stuff, into Hall of Fames. I've seen some really prominent people, local high schools. They're not in the Hall of Fame because they don't agree with their political point of view. Some people asked me over the years, they have about Newman Goretti. Well, it was Newman when I went there. Have they ever approached you to be in the Hall of Fame? No, they wouldn't because I'm critical of them. And I respect that. I think their part, Newman Goretti, the Newman part, maybe the Goretti part too, they have been recruiters, particularly for basketball, like all over the place. And it's not supposed to be that way. You're supposed to draw from your area and have a competitive basketball team, not try to bring in mercenaries, if you will, from all over Philadelphia, Jersey, wherever. So I respect that. They would never do that, and they don't share my opinion. So that's fine. But it works that way. But taking Netanyahu out of that Hall of Fame, it's a pretty good Hall of Fame. 2 Netanyahus that I know. The doctor who performed, I think, the second successful heart transplant, Reggie Jackson. Those are a few. I've been in there because I did a dunk tank there. I'm not sure who else is in there, how many. But taking out Netanyahu, it's just ludicrous. He's a war criminal. They say so at Cheltenham. Can you imagine the course of study at Cheltenham, which used to be a big-time academic, challenging college prep type of place? All right, I'm going to take more of your calls. A lot of people want to, well, Steve Feldman. Well, yeah, let's get it. Steve Feldman, Zionist of America. Let me get Steve, then we'll do Dom's Money Melody. All right, Steve, you heard that. You have a response to it. And by the way, let's start with Cheltenham, Steve. What's your response to what's going on at Cheltenham?
Well, first of all, thanks for taking my call on the spur of the moment. It's ludicrous, and it's a reflection of what is being taught or not taught. How many world leaders do, democratically elected, I will emphasize that, world leaders are graduates of Cheltenham. That's first of all. And there's obviously something going wrong with the education, quote unquote.
Yeah, and Steve, I would add, I don't want to draw you into this part, but based upon several incidents that have happened over the last, starting COVID, 3, 4, 5 years at Cheltenham, it's my sense as an educator and the stuff that I do, they're not the citadel as it once was proudly. I would have put it in the top 5 public schools in the area, maybe top 3 most times. Think Lower Marion or, these fancy, really top-notch schools. So what's happened is they replaced it with faux activism. And you're right, this is an esteemed world leader protecting his people. If they did this before October 7th, bad enough. But after October 7th, really?
Yeah. And with regard to the Catholic Church in Gaza, obviously it was unfortunate that a tank shell hit the church. Prime Minister Netanyahu has apologized. It was not targeted. I saw a video of Mass at that church yesterday. It's functioning. People are there. Worship is going on. It is unfortunate that people were killed and injured. But clearly, if Israel was targeting the church would have been obliterated. So clearly it was in error. Meanwhile, I didn't hear that caller mention the 5 Americans still held for over 600 days and their fate and feeling any sympathy for them. It's believed that all of them are deceased, but it's not certain. I don't hear any sympathy for Americans being held by fellow Americans. And second of all, Hamas and other Palestinian Arab murderers and terrorists are still operating around that church. And why aren't church officials complaining to the Vatican or whomever that terrorists are operating around us? It seems like you'd want either the UN to clear them out or the IDF to clear them out. So it made a headline. It's an unfortunate incident. Clearly, it was accidental because Israel, as we know, has the has the ability to really take out targets that it intends on taking out. So it's a shame, but it's a shame the headlines are the way they are. It's a shame that people who are anti-Israel are hyping this more than it is, and I hope the people hurt recovered, and hope the Catholic community in Gaza is such that it is. I know it's in bad shape. I know that Pastor Devlin has gone to visit Christians in the Gaza Strip. I hope they get back to normal and everybody recovers, and Israel needs to finish defeating Hamas so Hamas doesn't attack Jews and Christians and others who they slaughtered back on October 7, 2023.
Absolutely. And as far as here locally, I think this really deserves a huge pushback over at Cheltenham. And you added a credential to it. You are. Well, Steve, can you apprise us of anything at this point we can participate in? What's happening?
So I'm going to be sending out an email with contacts. I don't want to give it out until I confirm that the people who we think make decisions over there. I mean, the students can advise. Do you give in to children stomping their feet and throwing a tantrum, or do you be the adult and say, no, this man deserves to be there? How many Americans have gone on to be leaders, heads of state of other countries? My God, it's very few, I would imagine, and they've got one. So hopefully the adults will take over. But more than this Hall of Fame, the important issue is the education and what the students receive or don't receive, and what is behind some of the miseducation that they are receiving. Why aren't teachers correcting things that are wrong that students pick up either in the home or social media or elsewhere? So it really, the education of however many students are in that high school, and I don't know the amount of the student body, but the education is far more important than a portrait on a wall, even though that's important.
Yeah, well, let me know what's up. Just text me or email me, Steve, and we'll talk about it again if it's tomorrow or sometime in the near future.
Thank you. I will. Thank you very much for working, for being in this.
I've been inside there, and I like what they do. As I remember it, they actually have the pictures where you can see them. It's not in some dusty room, and to be inspired.
It's publicly displayed. Yeah,
and you're right to have two Netanyahus, one a hero, the other a world leader hero. Up there is inspirational.
Yep, I agree.
Thank you, Steve. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, 855-839-1210. But right now, it is time for...
It's Dom Money Melody.
Has all the money gone?
That is right. We are playing today for 4 tickets to the Philadelphia Eagles training camp public practice on Sunday, August 10th, 6:30 p.m. Lincoln Financial Field. This event will benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation. Okay, Henry, what do you have?
Yeah, Dom, so the side question today, we're asking, to finish the sentence here. We can go to the moon, but we still can't do blank.
Right.
So how about we can go to the moon, but this person still can't release their music? Yeah, so this artist I'm about to play today hasn't released anything in almost 10 years, and I know this person's fans are looking for some new music of theirs. So I'm going to play something off their last album. It's a cover song, a cover of Tame Impala. I want to know who is covering this song. Some facts about this person is that they are one of the greatest, or I should say, wealthiest musicians of all time. Over 250 million records sold, 9 Grammy Awards, 12 Billboard Music Awards, 13 AMA Awards, even has a nomination for an Academy Award and a Golden Globe. And, maybe I'll give another clue after I play the clue here, but here is this song. I want to know who is singing it. That's a bit of a tough one today.
Yeah,
I chose
okay.
this song because it doesn't sound like the rest of their discography. And with that being said, because it is such a tough, clue, I'll give you where this person was from. This person grew up in Barbados.
All right, Barbados. There's
Yes.
your clue. Hit us with that. And again, you get a close-up look at the reigning Super Bowl champs as they gear up for the 2025 season. This is not just a practice. It is a festival. It's incredible what goes on. And you get 4 tickets. Probably have them again tomorrow, I think. Here's what you do. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Everybody was pressuring me and Michael and David, so we did commit to riding next year.
July 21st, yes. Grab this tape because we're going to hold you accountable for this.
And Michael and David.
They're going to take one of those bikes you get on the boardwalk.
Yeah.
Believe me, Michael and David could, you know what I mean? When you're like in high school and college, it's like
they're going to pedal you.
Yeah.
You sit back in like the lounge area.
Yep.
Yeah, right?
You could stream something, sip an Arnold Palmer, and let the boys pedal you.
Start your day with Kale and Company. Weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Come into Tri-County Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram for Employee Pricing Plus, where everyone pays what employees pay. It might as well be Christmas in July. Right now, you can lease a new 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport 4xe for only $289 a month for 24 months. Or check out a new 2025 Ram 1500 Bighorn and lease for $459 a month for 42 months. So hurry in. These offers won't last long. Stop into our showroom today or visit us online at TriCountyCDJR.com to see more.
Cancer. Chances are, if you've been diagnosed with cancer either recently or in the past, you probably wonder where to turn and what to do. What you can do is contact Dr. Molly Fantasia and her medical staff at Innovative Medical Associates. There is so much that Dr. Molly can do and have done with patients now and in the past. Whether it's boosting your immune system or helping you navigate the difficulties of any type of cancer diagnosis, Dr. Molly and her team can help. The initial consultation is complimentary, and you'll find it will be a very enlightening experience. Contact Innovative Medical Associates at 856-489-0505 or visit them on the web at innovativemedicalassociates.com. That's innovativemedicalassociates.com. Cancer, it doesn't have to be the end. It is only the beginning when you contact Innovative Medical Associates. And don't forget to listen to Dr. Molly Fantasia on the program Health Watch, heard every Sunday live from 8 till 9 a.m. and again from 4 till 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Dom Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
Show me the money.
All right, remember the clue today. Big prize, great prize here. Dom Giordano Show, Barbados. Who is this that's singing?
Yeah, who is this artist covering Tame Impala?
All right, let's go to Kevin in Bucks County. All right, Kevin, who's singing?
Hold on, let me pull him up. Sorry, I'm doing a million things here.
Hey, Kevin, who's singing?
Rihanna.
All right, maybe it was the Barbados. Kevin, I guess, gave it to you, huh?
Yeah.
It was.
All right,
I knew it
good.
would
Enjoy
be.
the Eagles. It is a big, big deal. The practice events feature a variety of interactive games, activities designed for fans of all ages, ensuring a great time for everyone. Take photos with Swoop, free face painting, green screen photo stations, performances by the Eagles cheerleaders and drumline, and, of course, your Philadelphia Eagles. I think we'll have that again tomorrow when we play Money Melody. And again, with the side question, just 2 days this week, so name goes into the hat, and you have a chance to win 1 out of 2 if you get into the hat these 2 days. The On Deck Circle, we're going to talk with Scott Presler, who, again, was on with Laura Trump. I hope you saw it. You can follow it on his Twitter. It's out there all over the place on Saturday night. Made a great point that I'll ask him about. And he's talking still that we're getting very close, doable, to flipping Pennsylvania. Now, think about it. All of, the time that I've been in talk, as far as back as I can remember, at various times, Democrats on paper have had a 1.2 million, 1.5 million voter registration edge. It becomes daunting to people. They see that. They think this is a blue state, deep blue state. We always knew it wasn't that, but difficult to get over that hurdle. Well, Presler's breaking through. We'll find out about Jersey. We'll find out about Chester County, where he's going to be upcoming that you can see him. You get in at 855-839-1210, AT&T, and Verizon Wireless. All that you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. And you heard Steve Feldman. More to come on that. Are the people over at Cheltenham really believing, are these just a few activists, as I believe? 14% of the student body is clamoring already, and that's before these stories started to develop, to get Benjamin Netanyahu out of their Hall of Fame. Okay? It's, how many world leaders do we have, or people that became world leaders that are in halls of fame around our listening area? He might be the only one. I don't know. Someone else might have gone here, then gone on to do that. But my God, what? This is the level that we're stooping to. This is what the mob does. High school halls of fame, taking people out. And, you can hit me. Tell me who's in your Hall of Fame. You can call or, at Twitter at DomShow1210. Let me know who's in there. I might have to start asking, well, wait a minute. Should they remain in that Hall of Fame? That's the way to kind of counter this. All right, Scott's next. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right. The season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. Treat yourself with savings on heart-healthy omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE. 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com. res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you at res-q.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Looking for beautiful, high-quality furniture for your home? Look no further than Bucks County Estate Traders. Skip the big chains and discover their massive showroom in Hatfield, packed with 16,000 unique pieces, where you can furnish your whole home in one easy visit. Shop comfortably and get it delivered locally or wherever you are. Thanks to their exclusive white glove carrier network, Bucks County Estate Traders handles delivery nationwide, so you can save time, effort, and money. Visit buckscountyestatedtraders.com or their showroom in Hatfield today.
Don't miss The Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Prioritize yourself and make your dream of an attractive, healthy smile a reality at PI Dental Center. The professionals at PI Dental have been transforming patients' smiles for over 38 years. Board-certified specialists, Dr. Glenn Wolfinger and Dr. Robert Slough, perform complex dental makeovers with their teeth-in-a-day protocol, where dental implants are placed and restored with fixed teeth in just one day. It's time to invest in yourself. For a smile that's monumental, trust PI Dental. Visit PIDentalCenter.com.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, you're with Dom. We saved the best for last today here. Let's bring in the one and only Scott Presler. I'm surprised we can get him after Laura Trump interview. Hey, Scott, welcome in.
Dom, I need everybody to sit down. Whatever you're doing, you sit down because I need your full attention because we're about to have the next best 5 to 10 minutes that you've had in a long time.
Whoa, all right.
So sit down. Get ready. You ready,
wait,
Dom?
one more demand. Down, boy, down. Sit down. Scott Presler's telling you. I know it's big. He's been going crazy on Twitter with this all day. Go ahead, Scott.
No, it's been let me tell you, it has been a whirlwind. First, let's start with some really kind of cool news, and then I'll break down what's going on into the November election this year in Pennsylvania. Number one, I want to thank Fox Business. I went on with Dagan McDowell and David Webb last week talking about our work that we're getting voter ID on the ballot on the West Coast and talking about our work in Pennsylvania. And I'll be going on Fox News again this upcoming week. And I want to give a shout-out to Laura Trump because she aired our interview. The interview I did a month ago finally was on My View with Laura Trump, which premiered on Saturday. So thank you, Laura Trump, for honoring the work that we're doing here in Pennsylvania. And I would like a drum roll talking about our voter registration data in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, please.
Please proceed. Yes.
So, a week ago, the Democrats had an active D over R advantage of 74,246 voters. And 1 week later, as of today, Monday, the active D over R advantage is down to 67,653 voters. The Pennsylvania Department of State has been doing purges week by week, as they should, to comply with HAVA, the Help Americans Vote Act, to comply with federal law. And I'm very glad to tell you that in Allegheny County, a county that for so long has been more than 2-1 Democrats to Republicans, well, the Democrats are now under 500,000 and Republicans are over 250,000. And so even in blue Pittsburgh, Allegheny County, Republicans are rising in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania.
Scott, that is probably the biggest number, the most hopeful number. And again, listeners are sending me stuff all the time. Thanks to you. We got to get more of the media, because what really counts here is not just on paper, but it's active voters. And that number, at this rate, if we come anywhere near this routinely over the next 6 months, we're going to be celebrating at some point in the new year Pennsylvania being red.
Yes, it's coming, guys. Again, I want to say this to you. Please hear me. To all of our beautiful Dom Giordano 1210 Talk Radio listeners, every Monday that you come on, in 2008, when President Obama was first elected, there were 1.2 million more registered Democrats than Republicans. 1.2 million, my friends. And now today, in 2025, we are 67,653 active voters from flipping Pennsylvania to a plurality of registered Republicans. That is the lowest amount in modern history. That is earth-shattering. That is an earthquake in political politics. And since, Dom, I'm sure that, we have some opposition that listen to your show. We have both the left and the right listening. If any Governor Shapiro spies are listening, I want you to hear me loudly and clearly. And I mean this peacefully, and I mean this with nothing but love, kindness, and respect. The Department of Justice is seeking the voter registration rolls for the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in addition to other states across the country. And they are going to be diligently going through, verifying to make sure that there is no fraud within the voter registration rolls. And so, to our Department of State, to Governor Shapiro, to any of the 67 County Bureau of Elections, you have a very limited, peaceful time to clean up your rolls, because the DOJ is coming in. This is not the Biden administration. This is not a Democrat Attorney General. We have a Republican AG, and we have a Republican AG in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And so I will be hand-delivering letters to these 67 boards of elections, letting these people know peacefully at all of the bureaus and boards that anyone that cheats this November, we will find you. We will find out how you cheated. We will find out if you got fraudulent mail-in ballots to people. We will find out if you signed for somebody else. We will find out if you are stacking the voter rolls with fraudulent voter registrations. And any person that cheats, I promise you, will be, to the fullest extent of the law, prosecuted. This is a new sheriff in town. This is a new ball game, and we're not playing around.
Absolutely, and kudos over in New Jersey, Scott, to that point, the RNC Watley already moving to do the very same thing. They sense how doable this governor's race is, but when will you be in our area? Do you have a schedule yet? Because people, I'll tell them, they always want to meet you. If you're going to be there for lunch, dinner, or someplace, it inspires them. Do you know when you'll be delivering these letters?
Well, I'm not going to tell you when I'm beginning because I just like to pop up mysteriously out of the shadows.
Yes. Well,
Look,
call us from one of those places.
off.
We'll be ready. Yeah.
However, I will tell you that I've been at the York State Fair the entire weekend. The Democrats don't stand at their table. The Democrats don't engage with voters. The Democrats really had a poor showing at the amount of people coming to their table, while Early Vote Action is outside, standing, engaging, talking, registering new voters. And when the Democrats are packed up and already home by 8 o'clock, Early Vote Action is out there even after 9 o'clock at the York State Fair. And so I'll be out there this weekend, and I'll be returning this upcoming weekend. And the last thing that I want to say, too, very peacefully and lovingly, is we're aware that the teachers union and the nurses union are sending out to all of the union members. They're trying to get all of their people to vote yes to retention. And if anybody's listening that is especially a Democrat in Pennsylvania, I really want to make one thing clear. During COVID, it was Democrat justices Doherty, Donahue, and or Wecht that shut down Pennsylvania. And I know that many of you, your jobs were considered essential and that you were still in the field helping all of the American citizens. But a lot of your other Americans, your patriots, we were all shut down. Our churches, our businesses, our schools, and to our construction workers that rely on things like lumber and all of your parts to be put together. I know that many of your plants and warehouses were shut down in part because of these justices. If you want accountability for the state of Pennsylvania being one of the last places to open up because of Democrat Governor Wolf, you're going to get a letter in your email. I already have a whistleblower. I have spies on the inside. You're going to get an email telling you to vote yes to retention to the very people that shut you down. I'm asking you, what you do in the privacy of a voter booth, your Democrat union doesn't have to know. When you go to the voting booth, I ask you to vote no to retention. To my beautiful union workers, to my beautiful nurses, to my beautiful construction workers, my plumbers, my electricians, vote no to the people that locked you down. And thank you, Don, for letting me talk so long.
Well, thank you. No, Scott, thank you very much. And just a point you made with Laura Trump, in the middle of what is a great national thing personally, you always think of this, making the point that even the smallest elections, it's funny how those so-called smaller offices all add up. They're critical in our lives, and I know you make that point again and again, and I appreciate it. Where do we go to help out at every level possible, particularly seeing the results? They're within this minuscule number now after being down 1.2 million. It's like we were down 50 points in a football game. Now, with about 1 quarter left, we're right there. A field goal and a touchdown. That's all we need.
If you want to make history, if you want to be a part of the team that flips Pennsylvania, if you want to create a conservative Commonwealth, then please sign up for our newsletter. Our newsletter comes out every Tuesday. Go to earlyvoteaction.com, plug in your information, make sure you put in your email, and join our team. We would love your help registering voters. And Dom, thank you. Thank you for having me on every single week, and I'm so glad that I can talk about these positive things with you.
Absolutely. Scott, congratulations. So many fronts, you. And I love the guys posed on your Twitter that are holding up the voter registrations. The one guy I think had on a big bonnet hat or something, and it looks like he won the lottery, like he's holding up lottery tickets and his hands can't hold all of them. Yes.
That's Ellis Dukehart,
okay.
D-U-K-E Hart, and he is our state director for Pennsylvania,
okay.
Early Vote Action.
Good stuff, Scott. Thank you so much,
Thanks,
Scott.
Don.
Talk soon. All right, there is Scott Presler. That is a big number. Just think about it. If we cut it down anywhere near that per month, by Christmas, by Thanksgiving, we're going to be a red state. Just picture saying, I want to say it for the first time. I'll get it from him and say it the first time on air. All right, I want to play you quickly, then we'll have the lightning round. This is cut 4, Henry. YouTube.com/1210WPHT. Listen to this leftist registered nurse here in Philadelphia. We're not going to play the whole thing. I'll tell you when to stop. About a 5-minute long unhinged rant calling ICE agents domestic terrorists, and here's the key thing, wishing for them to get hurt or die in horrific ways. I ask you, should such a person be a nurse? Might the bodies of nursing at least have a talk with her? Here's what she said.
If you're an ICE agent, you're a domestic terrorist and an absolute piece of shit. And I wish everything horrible and awful for you every day, every day. I hope that when you come home from terrorizing people, destroying families, traumatizing other human beings, that the place is empty. Your wife took the kids and the dog. She emptied out the fridge and the bank account and had time to get a U-Haul and take every thing out of your residence. It's like the Grinch was there on the night before Christmas and there's not a crumb. I hope between the way you cover your face because you're and the weight of all the tactical gear that you're wearing because you're acting like you're going off to war, that your vision and your balance is kind of off and you trip on whatever, a pothole, a rock, and when you fall on your fat, disgusting face, one of your weapons turns on you. I don't care which one. A knife stabs you, a gun shoots you, your pepper spray sprays you in the mouth, up the nose, and in your eyeballs. Maybe your eyes bleed and you're sick for days, you can't breathe. And you
Okay, Henry, we've got enough because I'm going to be so busy today. Tomorrow I'll play more of that. And I'm checking on this to see, is this worthy professionally, ethically, a healing profession, a nurse? And you heard what her wishes are there. Now, she has freedom of speech, but there are also guidelines with this. Would you want to have this person, or suppose wherever she works, an ICE agent comes to the emergency room? Can you imagine this witch? All right, lightning round next, 855-839-1210.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want you to join me for our next Politics and Pints with my special guest, Fox News superstar Giordano Caldwell, Thursday, July 31st, 7:30 p.m. Zlock Performing Arts Center at Bucks County Community College in Newtown, PA. Easy to get to. Jersey people, easy to get to. It's going to be a great night, but tickets are going to sell out. I don't want you to miss this. One night only. Just go to 1210WPHT.com. Get your tickets now. Politics and Pints with me and Giordano Caldwell, July 31st, 1210WPHT.com.
What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud phone system. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very
calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business comm at ooma.com/radio.
Staples presents That Was Easy.
Seems like back to school happens earlier each year.
First day of school coming in hot.
And this year my kids had massive supply lists.
Folders, notebooks, and pens. Oh, the humanity.
But Staples had everything I needed, with some items just 25 cents.
Watch the small print.
No. My back to school budget was saved by Staples Easy Button.
Everything for school, in stock and as low as 25 cents. Staples.
That was easy.
In-store, online, and on the app. In 23 while supplies last.
Donna Dern, this is my husband, George. We've been with Crash Proof since 2011.
Becoming Crash Proof was the best decision with our money that we've ever made. The money we earn is ours, and the interest is added to the principal. So we compound on top of that money, and there's just nothing better than watching that nest egg grow.
In a year where everyone is down, we're still constantly gaining, and it's never going back to where it started.
You let these folks help you out, grow your portfolio, and doesn't cost you a cent.
Look into Crash Proof Retirement. You won't regret it. And just like through turbulent times before, we still fist bump. And we say, yep, we're okay.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Be sure to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right. All right, they can put a man on the moon. We did that. That's the anniversary yesterday, but they can't do what? Joe in Westchester. Joe, what's yours?
Dom, why can't they put a man back on the moon?
Yes, when I was researching this a little bit myself, thinking about it, what's the reason, Joe? Is there one?
I don't know. It's a head scratcher. They keep telling us they're going to do it, and then the deadline comes and they delay it.
Yeah, I agree with you. That might win. That's pretty good. Joe in Columbus. Joe, what's yours? Hi.
Hey, Dom. It was the bane of my mother when we were children, and then later as a grandmother in her bathroom. And she'd always say it as she was doing her cleanup work. They could put a man on the moon, but they can't get these boys to aim straight.
Rose says the same thing about me. I try to talk about the logistics of it, Joe. What can I tell her?
It had to do with the toilet.
Yes, that's right. It's not me. All right, thank you, Joe. Kathy. Kathy, what's yours? Hi.
Hi. You can put a man on the moon, but the weather forecasters can't get the next day's weather correct. They get paid millions of dollars, and they still keep their job.
And they continue to tell us they are when they may not be. That's pretty good. All right, I'll predict it tomorrow, 50-50 chance of sun or rain. There you go. Hurricane tornado, though. That's the guy. Look him up. Joe Conklin knows him. Joe of Exton. Joe, what's yours?
Yes, hello, Dom. Good afternoon. The U.S. has a military missile base in the Midwest with an alarm system. And the Biden administration did not prevent a Chinese spy balloon from traversing the country and collecting data on this missile base.
That's a great one. Earl of Tacony. Earl, we have about 20 seconds. You have a good one. Tell us.
Yeah, so we can put a man on the moon, but we can't get women to look to see if the seat is down.
All right, Henry, give me some contenders.
Oh, man.
Here, what you think.
Jeez. Yeah, what a finish there with Earl. You know what? Such great answers today. I really like Joe and Westchester's answer of going back to the moon.
Right.
I like that last answer there, even though the women in the listening audience might not either. Of Earl Taccone with the toilet seat. And you know what? Right off the bat, David and Lexington, getting the wives to know where they want to eat. You know, if I'm doing the toilet seat one, might as well do the other wife thing one, right?
Yeah. I kind of like one, the Joe in Westchester.
Yeah, back on the moon.
It is a conundrum. Why can't we go back? They don't want to go back. It's hard to figure it out. Let's put him in. Now, tomorrow, we already have one underway, one Vail tomorrow. I think everybody's going to have one. It's not that complicated. And whoever wins, you have a 1 out of 2 chance to go off to the Garden of Delights That is Gallows up there on the boulevard. Thank you to Harv. All right, thanks to Dan and Henry producing. Follow me on Twitter until tomorrow at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. I know Ray Dininger coming on to talk Eagles football. He has to come on. It's football season. Can I get him to Mulligan's to honor him? One of our next Mulligan's events. I'll be starting to stealthily try to work on that tomorrow. And Rich Cioli's next. 4 big hours to take you home. Follow on Twitter at DomShow1210 and hit us with any that we forgot today. It's always good to see the aftermath. I know we just scratched the surface. Rich is next. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Oh, filing Form 2290 again? VINs, weights, EINs. What a nightmare.
Not with 2290.ai, the first AI-powered 2290 e-filing platform. Just snap or scan last year's Schedule 1 and hit submit, even if you're on the go.
Wait, with just a photo?
Yep. Our smart platform reads, validates, and files it in minutes. With real-time AI checks and instant Schedule 1 delivery, you can stay road ready and file fast.
Whoa, I just got my Schedule 1. Already?
That's right. Whether you're a solo hauler or running a fleet, smart truckers use smart tech. Just go to 2290.ai to snap or scan and submit. Anywhere, anytime.
Powered